If you grew up with Pokemon, you remember the feeling. That quiet moment when you first stumbled into the burned tower, the music changed. The air felt heavier. You didn't know why those three shapes were sleeping there in the shadows, but you knew they mattered. Or maybe you remember standing at the edge of a lake at dusk, watching the water ripple, wondering if Suicune was really out there somewhere, watching you back. These weren't just rare encounters. They were something deeper, something that felt like coming home to a story you'd always known, but never fully understood. Before we go any further, if you're here for the same reason I am, because these legends still call to you years later, I'd be honoured if you'd subscribe. This is a long journey, and I'm grateful you're here for it. Tonight we're going back, not to catch them all, but to understand them. To see these beings not as boss battles or Pokédex entries, but as what they've always been: myths, guardians, echoes of something ancient that the Pokemon world has been trying to tell us since the beginning. Some legends don't fade, they wait for us to return to them. So let's return. Picture this: before there were gyms, before there were trainers, before there were even Pokemon as we know them, there was silence. A void where nothing stirred. No time ticking forward. No space expanding outward. Just potential. And then from that nothingness, something awakened. Not a creature. Not yet. A consciousness. A will that looked into the emptiness and decided it would become everything. In the mythology of the Pokemon world, creation didn't happen all at once. It unfolded slowly, deliberately, like a story being told for the very first time. The original one, some call it Arceus, though even that name came later, emerged from an egg that had always existed and never existed. A paradox, the first one. From its being came the fundamental forces. Time itself took shape, a dragon of steel and diamond whose heartbeat became every second that would ever pass. Space unfurled, a creature of pearls and cosmic wings, stretching reality outward into dimensions we could explore. And in the space between, a shadow formed. Antimatter, a reflection. The world that wasn't chosen, trapped in distortion, neither existing nor not existing. These three, time, space, and the reversed world, became the foundation, the bones of reality itself. But a world with only structure is cold, empty. So the original one dreamed deeper. It dreamed of balance, of emotion, and knowledge and willpower. Three spirits born in three lakes, sleeping beneath still waters, waiting to teach future beings what it meant to feel, to know, to choose. It dreamed of land and sea and sky, and those dreams crashed into the world with such force that they became titans. One raised continents from the ocean floor, its every step cracking the earth open, magma bleeding through. Another summoned endless rain, filling the spaces between with roaring waves. And a third took to the air, emerald and ancient, to keep them from tearing the world apart before life could even begin. These weren't just Pokemon. They were the world's first breath, its first argument with itself, its first attempt at harmony. The story doesn't end in the cosmos, though. It never does. Legends always find their way down to Earth, where they walk among us, waiting in forests and ruins and forgotten towers. There's a phoenix that flies over the rainbow, searching for hearts pure enough to witness its grace. Three beasts born from tragedy, forever running beneath its shadow, one carrying lightning, one carrying fire, one carrying the north wind. They don't belong to anyone. They're not meant to. They're pilgrims, mourners, memories made immortal. Deep in the ocean, a psychic guardian calms the storm of warring birds, ice, lightning, and fire clashing in the skies until silence descends. In another sea entirely, princes made of light and shadow dance at the water's edge, reminding us that connection matters more than power. Ancient golems sleep in caves, moved across oceans by a titan that no longer walks. They wait patient for someone to wake them again. A hedgehog purifies the land it wanders, turning poison into flowers. A star descends every 1,000 years to grant a single wish. then vanishes before anyone can ask for more. Some myths are loud, dragons that reshape truth and ideals, clashing until the world nearly splits in two. Others are quiet, a forest spirit that travels through time to protect a single grove of trees, a lunar dancer that feasts on dreams, both beautiful and terrifying. And some myths are warnings. In towers of old, 4 creatures embody ruin, one of earth, one of ice, one of fire, one of shadow. They were sealed away for a reason, not because they were evil, but because they were too much, too powerful, too raw, the kind of force that, unchecked, could unravel everything. But even ruin has a purpose. That's what these stories teach us, if we're listening. Every legendary Pokémon, every mythical wanderer exists not to dominate, but to balance, to remind us that power without wisdom is chaos, that even destruction can lead to rebirth. As we grew up, these legends grew with us. What once felt like exciting boss battles now feel like something more. Ancient truths, symbols, reflections of the balance we're all trying to find in our own lives. Over the next few hours, we're going to walk through every one of these stories together. Not rushed, not frantic, just steady. Like wandering through tall grass at dusk, knowing something extraordinary is just ahead. We'll start where it all began, at the origin point, where a single being-shaped existence. Then we'll follow the thread forward through time and space, through primal clashes and elemental fury, through guardians and wanderers and dreamers. By the end, you won't just know their names. You'll understand why they matter, why they've stayed with us all these years. So settle in, get comfortable, let the world outside fade for a while. These legends have been waiting for you. Let's go home. The dawn of creation and cosmic architects. In the vast emptiness before anything existed, a single entity stirred from the void. Arceus, the original one, the alpha Pokémon itself, burst forth like a supernova, igniting the dark. You see, everything we know about the Pokémon world traces back to this moment, when chaos reigned supreme and the universe was nothing but swirling nothingness. Arceus didn't just appear, it forged reality from that primordial soup, shaping the stars, the planets, and the very laws that govern existence. Imagine the power in that. One being, alone in infinity, deciding to create order where there was none. It birthed the foundational forces, those invisible threads that hold everything together. The pull of gravity, the spark of energy, the rhythm of change. Without Arceus, there'd be no battles in arenas, no journeys through wilds, no world for trainers like you to explore. This was the dawn, the absolute beginning, and it set the stage for legends that still echo through time. But creation isn't a solo act, even for a god. Arceus, in its infinite wisdom, knew that to sustain this newborn universe, it needed guardians for the core elements. First among them came Dialga, the temporal Pokémon, born from a shard of Arceus' own essence. Dialga didn't just control time, it crystallized it, turning the abstract flow of moments into something solid, unbreakable. Picture this. Before Dialga, time was a wild river, rushing backward and forward without pattern, trapping everything in endless loops or freezing it in stagnation. Dialga stepped in and gave it structure, ensuring the steady march from past to present to future. Across all realms, from the deepest oceans to the highest skies, from pocket dimensions to our own, Dialga's roar echoes like the ticking of a cosmic clock. You might wonder, how does this affect the Pokémon, you know? Think about every evolution, every level up, every sunrise that follows a sunset. That's Dialga at work, weaving the timeline so battles can unfold, friendships can form, and histories can be written. Without its crystalline grip, your favourite Pokémon might never have hatched from an egg. Or worse, you'd be stuck reliving the same day forever. Dialga's presence is a quiet assurance, a force that lets life progress, one heartbeat at a time. With time secured, the universe still lacked expanse. Enter Palkia, the spatial Pokémon, Arceus' counterpart in the dance of creation. Palkia expanded space infinitely, stretching the fabric of reality like a canvas pulled taut. It created dimensions upon dimensions, layering worlds within worlds to prevent the collapse of everything into a single point. You can almost hear the strain of it, space folding, unfolding, holding back the void that threatened to swallow the new order. Palkia doesn't just make room, it defines boundaries, portals, and the very distance between stars. Ever caught a Pokémon in a distant region, or warped through a wormhole in your adventures? That's Palkia's gift, the infinite playground it built so exploration could thrive. But it's not without peril. If Palkia's power wavers, realities bleed together, causing distortions that could merge your world with something unrecognizable. Legends tell of trainers who glimpsed alternate timelines, Pokémon twisted by spatial rifts, all because Palkia pushes the edges of what's possible. It's the architect of freedom, ensuring that no matter how far you travel, there's always more to discover, more space to conquer, yet balance demands opposition. For every force of order, there must be chaos to counter it. That's where Giratina enters the tale, the renegade Pokémon, embodiment of antimatter itself. Born from the same creative spark as Dialga and Palkia, Giratina's nature was too wild, too destructive for the pristine new universe. Arceus banished it to the distortion world, a shadowy mirror realm where physics bends and breaks. There Giratina guards against universal imbalance, patrolling the fringes like a sentinel in exile. Antimatter isn't just a villain's tool, it's the necessary shadow that keeps light from overwhelming everything. You feel it in the stories of shattered plates, where Giratina's wrath warps reality, pulling intruders into inverted gravities and mirrored nightmares. Trainers who've dared enter that realm speak of time unraveling, spaces inverting, a place where up is down and friend becomes foe. But Giratina isn't mindless rage. It's a protector in its own right, ensuring that the antimatter doesn't seep into our world unchecked, which could unravel atoms, dissolve bonds, and erase existence. Without this banished guardian, the universe Arceus built would tip into oblivion, Dialga's timeline snapping, Palkia's spaces imploding. Giratina's isolation is a sacrifice, a reminder that even gods make hard choices to keep harmony. These cosmic architects, Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, formed the backbone of creation, but the universe craved more vitality, more raw energy to fuel its growth. That's when Eternitus arrived, not born of Arceus but crashing into the world like a meteor from beyond the stars. This colossal dragon, the quintessential Pokémon, unleashed cosmic energy upon impact, a surge so potent it sparked the Dynamax phenomenon itself. You know those epic battles where Pokémon swell to gigantic sizes, harnessing boundless power? Eternitus is the source, its otherworldly essence altering evolution on a fundamental level. It didn't just land, it infused the planet with a volatile life force, turning ordinary creatures into powerhouses capable of reshaping landscapes. But this gift came with a curse. Eternitus's energy is unstable, capable of corrupting everything it touches, birthing darkest. Day scenarios where endless Dynamaxing threatens to consume all. Legends whisper of ancient wars fought to contain it, trainers rising as heroes to seal its rampage. What makes Eternitus so fascinating is its alien origin, not from this creation, but an invader that forced evolution to adapt. It altered DNA strands, introduced Gigantamax forms, and even influenced human ambition, drawing seekers of power to its core. You can't help but feel a thrill at the thought. One entity's fall birthed the spectacle of massive clashes, the heart-pounding stakes that define Pokémon battles today. Let's dive deeper into how these forces interplay. Arceus, as the Alpha, isn't a distant creator. It's said to wander in forms unseen, plates of creation shifting to embody elements as needed. When the universe teetered on chaos after its birth, Arceus summoned Dialga not with words, but with a pulse of intent, forging the steel dragon from temporal shards. Dialga's diamonds aren't mere gems, they're fragments of eternity, each facet holding a potential future. Trainers who bond with Dialga report visions, glimpses of paths not taken, warnings of disasters averted. It's why time travel tales in Pokémon lore always circle back to Dialga's vigilance, preventing paradoxes that could erase lineages of species. Palkia's role expands this further. Its pearls of space manipulate distances, allowing for the vast regions you traverse. Consider the Sinnoh legends, mountains parted, seas divided, all by Palkia's subtle hand. But push too far, and you invite catastrophe. Stories abound of explorers lost in pocket dimensions, rescued only by Palkia's merciful contraction of space. It's a double-edged sword, this infinite expansion, freedom for the bold, peril for the reckless. Giratina's banishment adds layers of tragedy. Exiled for its ferocity, it rules the distortion world with ghostly grace, its wings slicing through antimatter veils. Encounters there test the soul. What seems solid dissolves, forcing you to confront inverted truths. Yet, Giratina has returned in crises, allying with heroes to restore balance when Dialga and Palkia falter. It's the unsung hero of the trio, the shadow that defines the light. Eternitus' crash, oh, that's a turning point you can't ignore. Millennia ago, it plummeted into Galar, its body a reactor of cosmic poison. The energy it released didn't just enable Dynamax, it seeped into the earth, creating wishing stars that trainers still chase. But the dark side, infinite energy leads to infinite hunger. Eternitus feeds on life force, growing eternally, a reminder that creation's gifts can devour if unchecked. Heroes like those in the Galar saga subdued it, but whispers say it stirs in dormancy, waiting for the next surge. You might be thinking, how do these beings connect to your own Pokémon journey? Every time you catch a time-sensitive event or navigate a spatial puzzle, you're brushing against their legacy. Arceus' creation myth inspires the plates you collect, emblems of foundational power. Dialga's crystallization means your team's levels progress predictably, a flow you rely on. Palkia's infinity opens routes to new gyms, new challenges. Giratina's antimatter lurks in ghost types that defy logic, adding unpredictability. And Eternitus? It's in every max raid, that rush of power making you feel godlike. But let's explore the implications further. Without Dialga, evolutions might stall mid-process, leaving Pokémon in limbo, half-formed, yearning for completion. Palkia's work ensures habitats diversify. Without it, all life might cram into one barren plain. Giratina's guardianship prevents entropy, the slow decay that could age the universe prematurely. Eternitus introduced dynamism, but also the thrill of risk, battles where size matters, strategy shifts. Consider the philosophical side. Arceus as Alpha raises questions. Is creation random or guided? Dialga suggests destiny, a predetermined path. Palkia hints at endless possibility. Giratina embodies rebellion, the need for disruption. Eternitus, it's the wild card, showing how external forces reshape fate. These aren't just myths, they're the why behind the world's mechanics, the law that makes every capture meaningful. As we wrap this cosmic foundation, remember, these architects didn't build in isolation. Their powers intertwined to birth a stable realm, one ready for the next wave of legends. But with the stars aligned and space vast, the universe called for shapers of the physical world. Up next in Chapter 2, Primordial Titans of Land, Sea and Sky, you'll discover how colossal beings rose to claim the earth, oceans and heavens, clashing in battles that could drown continents or scorch the skies. What happens when land and sea go to war? and only the sky can intervene. You won't want to miss the epic rivalries that nearly tore the world apart. Primordial titans of land, sea and sky, deep in the annals of Pokémon lore, long before trainers roamed the lands or cities rose from the earth, three colossal forces clashed to forge the world we know today. These weren't mere beasts, they were the architects of existence itself, embodying the raw power of land, sea and sky. You see, after the cosmic creators like Dialga and Palkia bent time and space into shape, it was these primordial titans who stepped in to sculpt the details, the jagged mountains, the vast oceans, the endless horizons. But their power came at a cost, a cycle of fury that nearly unravelled everything. Let's begin with the Earthshaker, Groudon. This legendary Pokémon is the embodiment of the sun-baked ground, a massive red behemoth with a body like molten rock, armoured in stone that cracks and glows within a fire. Picture it stirring from eons of slumber beneath the planet's crust. When Groudon awakens, it's not a gentle rise, it's a cataclysm. The ground trembles as it bursts forth, its every step forcing continents to expand, pushing land masses apart like a living earthquake. In the ancient tales from Hoenn, trainers whisper of how Groudon once emerged during a time when the world felt too cramped, too confined. Its presence alone causes the sun to blaze hotter, drying up rivers and turning fertile plains into arid wastelands. But here's where it gets truly terrifying: its primal form. Awakened by the blue orb, a mystical artifact said to hold the essence of the skies, Groudon evolves into something even more dominant. Gold markings flare across its body like veins of lava, and it ignites droughts that scorch the earth on a global scale. Forests wither in hours, lakes evaporate into steam, and the surface reshapes itself under the relentless heat. You can almost feel the air thicken, the soil harden into unbreakable slabs. Groudon doesn't just walk the land, it redefines it, ensuring that dry expanses claim their territory against the encroaching waters. Yet for all its destructive might, Groudon is a creator at heart, birthing new ground where there was once void, a reminder that expansion often demands sacrifice. But the land doesn't rise unchallenged. From the abyssal depths of the oceans comes Kyogre, Groudon's eternal rival and the sovereign of the seas. This blue leviathan, sleek and whale-like, with fins that slice through water like blades, slumbers in the darkest trenches where light fears to tread. When Kyogre stirs, the world drowns in response. It rises with a roar that echoes through underwater currents, summoning storms that blot out the sun and floods that swallow coastlines whole. Legends from the same Hoenn region tell of ancient sailors who vanished when Kyogre surfaced, their ships crushed under waves taller than mountains. Empowered by the red orb, counterpart to Groudon's blue, Kyogre taps into its primal form, a surge of white patterns across its skin, eyes glowing with unquenchable fury. In this state, it commands endless rains that pour for weeks, turning valleys into lakes and rivers into raging torrents. The seas expand under its will, claiming dominance over every inch of the globe. You might wonder, how does something so vast even move without shattering the planet? Kyogre's power lies in its precision. It doesn't just flood, it purifies, revitalizing the oceans with life-giving currents, while submerging the overreaching land. Clashes between Groudon and Kyogre aren't rare in the myths, they're inevitable. When the land titan pushes outward, Kyogre pushes back, and the result is chaos, earthquakes meeting tsunamis, droughts clashing with monsoons. These battles have left scars on the world, from sunken ruins off the coast of Sootopolis to parched craters in the wilds of Route 120. It's a primal tug-of-war, where neither yields, forcing the balance of nature to teeter on the brink. And just when it seems the world might tear itself apart, a guardian from above intervenes. Enter Rayquaza, the sky-high mediator, a serpentine dragon that coils through the ozone layer like a living comet. Slender and emerald-scaled, with fins that catch the wind and eyes that pierce the clouds, Rayquaza doesn't dwell on the surface. It rules the heavens, patrolling the stratosphere where few can follow. In the heat of Groudon and Kyogre's rampage, Rayquaza descends, its body elongating as it dives from the upper atmosphere. But to truly quell the warring titans, it evolves into its megaform, drawing on the meteorite's energy to become a hyper-evolved force of pure sky dominance. Black and red accents sharpen its appearance, and its power surges, halting the floods and droughts with blasts of draconic energy that scatter the storms. You can imagine the awe of ancient witnesses, staring skyward as Rayquaza wraps around the combatants, forcing them back into slumber. Rayquaza isn't a destroyer, it's the enforcer of equilibrium, ensuring that land and sea don't consume each other entirely. Without it, Hoenn's law suggests, the region would be a fractured mess, half desert, half underwater graveyard. These ancient battles between the behemoths paint a picture of a world on the edge of oblivion. Time and again, Groudon and Kyogre's awakenings have sparked conflicts that threaten to destroy everything. In one legendary clash recorded in fragmented scrolls from the Devon Corporation's archives, the two titans met in the heart of the ocean, Groudon's heat boiling the waves, while Kyogre's rains cooled the lava flows into jagged obsidian. The sky darkened, winds howled, and Rayquaza had to expend so much energy that it retreated to the ozone for centuries to recover. These weren't petty squabbles. They were existential wars that reshaped ecosystems overnight. Forests turned to savannas, coral reefs expanded into atolls, and migratory patterns of Pokémon shifted forever. What emerges from these tales is their profound role in the primordial balance. Groudon ensures the land has room to breathe and grow, preventing the seas from overwhelming all. Kyogre keeps the waters vibrant and expansive, nourishing marine life that the dry expanses would starve. Rayquaza, ever watchful, maintains the delicate harmony, reminding us that true power lies in restraint. It's a cycle where creation and destruction dance together, each titan a pillar holding up the world's fragile order. Without their interventions, the Pokémon world might still be a formless soup of elements, lacking the diversity that allows species to thrive. Delving deeper, you'll find hints of these titans etched into the very bones of history. Fossils unearthed in places like the Hoenn Desert or the underwater caves of abyssal ruins speak of cycles that have repeated for millennia. Imagine archaeologists brushing away sand from a massive jawbone, realizing it's not from any known dinosaur Pokémon, but a fragment of Groudon's ancient form. These relics aren't just curiosities, they reveal patterns of renewal. After each great battle, the world heals, new land bridges form for Pokémon to cross, enriched seas birth schools of exotic fish, and clearer skies allow migrations unimpeded. In the games like Ruby and Sapphire, players uncover orbs that echo these events, suggesting the Titan's influence lingers, ready to awaken if balance falters. Even in the anime, episodes show glimpses, Groudon rampaging across a drought-stricken land, Kyogre summoning whirlpools that threaten entire fleets, Rayquaza streaking across the meteor-filled sky to intervene. These stories aren't isolated, they tie into broader Pokémon mythology, where the Titan's actions influence the evolution of grounded species like Camerupt or Sharpedo, adapted to the extremes they imposed. But why does this matter to you, the trainer piecing together the grand tapestry? Because understanding these primordials unlocks the essence of power. in the Pokémon universe. Groudon's drought ability isn't just a move, it's an echo of that continent's expanding fury, teaching us about resilience in harsh environments. Kyogre's cascade floods remind us of renewal through overwhelm, a lesson in adaptability. Rayquaza's Delta Stream, in its mega form, clears the air of distortions, symbolizing clarity amid chaos. Trainers who bond with their ground, water, or dragon types often draw from these legends, feeling a deeper connection to the wild forces they command. Have you ever watched a primal Groudon in battle, its body radiating heat that warps the arena? It's mesmerizing, a tiny taste of apocalypse. Or faced a primal Kyogre, waves crashing in your mind's eye even on dry land. These encounters aren't random, they're threads in the same ancient weave. As we trace these cycles, patterns emerge that define Pokémon history itself. The fossils hint at not one era of titans, but many, each awakening tied to environmental shifts, like ice ages yielding to warm periods or rising seas after cataclysms. In Sinnoh's myths, echoes of this balance appear in the creation legends, where land and sea were divided by divine will. Much like Rayquaza's mediation, even in modern regions like Galar's Isle of Armor, tales of continental drift nod to Groudon's legacy. Destruction isn't the end, it's the forge for new beginnings. Think of the Relicanth, a living fossil that survived Kyogre's floods, or the Trapinch that thrives in Groudon's desiccated dunes. These titans enforced a brutal equilibrium, weeding out the weak and amplifying the strong, shaping the biodiversity that makes every route an adventure. Yet for all their might, the Primordials are bound by vulnerability. The orbs that empower them can also be their undoing, tools in the hands of ambitious humans or rival legendaries. In the Emerald Game's climax, it's the player's choice that tips the scales, proving that even gods need stewards. This humility and power is what makes their story enduring. You feel the weight of it, the responsibility to preserve what they've built. As Groudon slumbers, continents hold steady. Kyogre rests, oceans remain bountiful. Rayquaza circles unseen, skies stay pure, but awaken them wrongly, and the cycle spins anew. What if I told you this balance extends beyond the big three? The elemental forces they command ripple into other guardians, beings that wield storms and tempests with equal ferocity. Up next, in Chapter 3, Guardians of Elements and Storms will dive into the avian legends that command ice, lightning, and fire from the heavens, and the genies who unleash tempests to either ravage or restore. You won't want to miss how these sky sovereigns challenge the very winds Rayquaza tames. Trust me, the clashes get even more electrifying from here. Guardians of Elements and Storms. In the vast skies of the Pokémon world, where tempests rage and volcanoes slumber, a trio of legendary birds stands as the unbreakable sentinels of the elements. Their powers so immense, they can reshape the heavens themselves. You've journeyed through the cosmic creators and the primordial titans of land, sea and sky, but now we turn to these avian guardians who command the raw fury of ice, thunder and fire, ensuring the balance of nature doesn't tip into catastrophe. What if I told you that every blizzard you've ever shivered through, every lightning storm that lights up the night, carries the echo of these ancient beings? Let's uncover their stories, starting with the ones who first tamed the wild elements. Picture the frozen peaks of the world, where Articuno soars on wings of pure crystal, freezing the skies with icy gales that can halt armies in their tracks. This majestic bird, born from the essence of winter itself, isn't just a creature of cold, it's a protector, a sentinel who blankets the world in frost to preserve fragile ecosystems from overheating. Legends from the Kanto region whisper of Articuno's solitary flights over Mount Coronet, where its breath turns raging blizzards into controlled veils of snow, saving villages from avalanches that would otherwise bury them whole. But don't think of it as distant or aloof. Trainers who have chased its shadow know the thrill of its presence, how the air crackles with chill as it dives, unleashing blizzards that feel like the world's own sigh of relief. And yet, in times of imbalance, Articuno's gales turn vengeful, freezing rivers solid and stranding foes in eternal winter. It's a reminder that nature's guardians demand respect, or they'll remind us who's truly in charge. Then there's Zapdos, the electrifying heart of every thunderstorm that ever boomed across the horizon. Perched on jagged cliffs or hidden in power plants, this bird channels lightning like a living storm cloud, electrifying the very air it touches. Imagine the power surging through its feathers, yellow and wild, as it summons bolts that split the sky and charge the earth below. In the stories of the Orange Islands, Zapdos is said to have awakened during a drought, its thunderous cries, calling forth rain to quench parched lands, but only after testing humanity's worth with bolts that strike like judgment. You can almost hear the crackle, feel the static building as it soars, turning ordinary storms into spectacles of raw energy. Trainers who've faced it in battle speak of the adrenaline rush, how one misplaced step invites a thunderbolt that lights up your vision and leaves you humming with residual power. Zapdos doesn't just control storms, it embodies them, a force that both destroys and renews, ensuring that the spark of life never fades entirely. And completing this elemental triad is Moltres, the fiery phoenix of volcanic fury, igniting eruptions with a single flap of its blazing wings. Deep in the craters of places like Mount Ember, this bird rises from molten rock, its flames so intense they can melt steel or birth new islands from the sea. Moltres isn't a destroyer for destruction's sake. It's a sentinel that stirs the Earth's core to release pent-up heat, preventing cataclysmic build-ups that could shatter continents. Tales from the Sivai Islands tell of sailors spotting its silhouette against lava flows, a beacon that guides them through ash-choked skies, while warning of dangers below. But cross it, and those flames turn infernal, sweeping across landscapes in waves of fire that forge the world anew. What strikes you most is the duality. Moltres brings warmth to frozen nights, yet its rage can scar the land for generations. Together, these three, Articuno, Zapdos and Moltres, form the elemental sentinels, a balanced trinity watching over the skies, their powers intertwined like the weather cycles they command. Without them, the world might freeze over, burn out, or drown in static chaos. But how do they maintain that balance when even greater forces stir? Enter the forces of nature's unbridled fury, the genie-like trio from the Unova region, Tornadus, Thundurus, and Landorus. These aren't mere birds, they're embodiments of the winds, storms, and Earth's bounty, roaming the lands like capricious spirits who can bless or curse with equal whimsy. Tornadus, the whirlwind master, whips up tempests that twist landscapes into spirals of destruction and renewal. Picture it tearing through the Driftvale countryside, its green form a blur as it summons cyclones that uproot ancient trees, but also scatter seeds for new growth. Legends say Tornadus once raged unchecked, flooding plains until its siblings intervened. But now it dances on the edge of chaos, a reminder that wind is both creator and unmaker. Thundurus joins the fray, unleashing lightning barrages that rival Zapdos in ferocity, its blue-skinned body crackling with electric malice. This thunder genie delights in the storm's roar, striking down the arrogant with bolts that echo like divine wrath. In Unova's myths, Thundurus is the provocateur, goading Eternitus into wilder gales until the air hums with peril. Yet its power isn't pointless. Those barrages fertilise the soil with nitrogen, sparking life in barren fields. You might wonder, as trainers do, if capturing such a force could harness its might for good, or if it'd turn on you with a laugh like thunderclap. But it's Landorus who tempers their fury, blessing fertile lands with earthquakes that till the soil and winds that carry pollen across continents. This grounded genie, with its earthy tones and majestic horns, descends like a farmer god, turning ravaged earth into bountiful harvests. The ancient tales of abundant shrine paint Landorus as the peacemaker, sealing away its brothers when their storms threaten famine, only to release them in controlled bursts for the greater good. Without Landorus, Eternitus and Thundurus would ravage without end, but together they embody nature's fury as a cycle, destruction paving the way for abundance. Imagine standing in a field after their passage, the air fresh, the ground rich. It's their gift, hard-won through eternal vigilance. These avian deities don't exist in isolation. They clash in eternal rivalries that shape the very weather of our world. Articuno's icy blasts often collide with Moltres flames, birthing steam clouds that blanket regions in mystery, while Zapdos weaves through, amplifying the chaos into global monsoons. The genies add their own turmoil, Eternitus and Thundurus brawling in the skies only for Landorus to ground them with seismic force. These battles aren't petty squabbles. They're cosmic dances, influencing everything from seasonal shifts to the myths humans weave around them. In Johto's folklore, sailors attribute safe voyages to appeasing these guardians with offerings, believing their rivalries brew the trade winds that connect distant shores. And in Sinnoh, elders speak of how a single clash between Zapdos and Thundurus sparked the great lightning festivals where communities gather to honour the storm's dual nature. You feel it in the unpredictability of weather patterns, the sudden freezes, the explosive eruptions, all ripples from these unending feuds. But what happens when corruption twists their noble roles? From the shadowed mists of Gala emerge the shadowy birds, corrupted echoes of these elemental powerhouses, twisting their gifts into darker, unforeseen threats. Galarian Articuno, Zapdos and Moltres aren't the pure sentinels we know. They're haunted by spectral energies, their forms cloaked in eerie purple auras that drain life rather than protect it. This Articuno doesn't freeze to preserve. It encases victims in eternal ice prisons, its gales howling with ghostly lament. Zapdos here becomes a harbinger of plague-like shocks, its electricity corrupting machinery and minds alike, turning thunderstorms into nightmares of malfunction and madness. And Moltres, its flames burn with accursed heat, igniting not volcanoes, but the shadows themselves, spreading decay through once vibrant lands. These twisted variants slither from the crowned tundra's depths, born from ancient experiments or perhaps the Guardian's own suppressed darkness given form. In Gala's lore, they're said to be what happens when elemental balance fractures, echoes that feed on human ambition, amplifying rivalries into apocalyptic rifts. Trainers who encounter them report a chilling wrongness, like staring into a mirror of the originals gone mad. The genies have their dark parallels too, though subtler, whispers of rampaging winds and thunders unbound by Landorus's restraint, hinting at a world where fury overtakes fertility. These shadowy birds force us to question, are the Guardians infallible, or do they harbour the seeds of their own downfall? Their emergence in Galar shakes the foundations, proving that even elemental sentinels can falter, unleashing threats that blend ice with despair, thunder with torment, fire with oblivion. Yet amidst these clashes and corruptions, revelations from ancient texts offer hope, uncovering how these guardians prevent elemental chaos from overwhelming the world. Dusty scrolls from the ruins of Kalos and Unova reveal a hidden pact. The birds and genies are linked by Arceus design, their powers forming a web that stabilizes the atmosphere. Articuno's frost counters Moltres' heat, Zapdos's sparks ignite Landorus's growth, while Tornadus' winds disperse Thundurus' storms before they fester. One forbidden tome, the Codex of Storms, describes a great convergence eons ago, where the six converged to seal a rift of pure elemental mayhem, a vortex that threatened to merge all forces into a devouring maelstrom. Through ritual battles, they wove their essences into the planet's core, creating ley lines that pulse with balanced energy. Disrupt one, and the others compensate. Ignore their rivalries and myths become reality. Endless winters, fire rains, lightning eternities. These texts also delve into human intersections, like the wandering sage who tamed a rampaging Tornadus by reciting fertility chants, earning Landorus boon for a starving kingdom. Or the Kanto expedition that witnessed Articuno and Zapdos in aerial duel, their clash birthing the Aurora Borealis as a sign of renewed harmony. You can't help but feel a surge of awe at this. These aren't distant legends, they're active forces, their interventions shaping history. In modern times, Dynamax anomalies in Galar echo these ancient warnings, with the shadowy birds amplifying the chaos until heroes intervene. The Codex warns that without vigilance, the Guardians' fury could unmake everything, but their unity holds the line, a testament to nature's resilient design. Diving deeper, consider the ecological ripple effects. Articuno's gales not only cool the poles, but migrate migratory birds, ensuring species survival across hemispheres. Zapdos thunderstorms replenish aquifers, preventing the droughts that primordial titans, like Groudon, might exacerbate. Moltres' eruptions enrich soils with minerals, turning ash into fertile black earth that feeds civilizations. The genies amplify this. Tornadus' whirlwinds pollinate vast orchards. Thundurus' barrages fix atmospheric nitrogen for crops, and Landorus' blessings avert famines that could topple empires. Their rivalries, their pressure valves, releasing tension before it builds to catastrophe. Ancient Unovan carvings depict festivals where people mimic these clashes in dances, invoking protection, a cultural thread that binds humanity to these deities. But the shadowy birds complicate this idyllic guardianship. In Gala, sightings correlate with ecological disasters, poisoned rivers from corrupted ice, blackouts from malevolent sparks, wildfires that spread spectral flames. Researchers theorize their manifestations of pollution's toll, elemental backlash against industrialization. One chilling account from a Crown Tundra explorer describes facing Galarian Moltres, its fire not warming but sapping vitality, leaving survivors with phantom burns that ache in storms. This corruption extends to the genie's lore too, rumours of a dark Landorus that curses lands to barrenness, twisting blessings into blight. It begs the question, can the originals redeem these echoes, or will rivalries escalate into a war that engulfs the skies? The ancient texts provide clues to redemption. The Codex speaks of purification rites, where trainers bond with the Guardians to realign their shadows, much like how N's ambitions in Unova forced a reckoning with the genie's fury. Imagine the epic scale. Articuno's gale clashing with its shadow's frost, melting barriers of despair. Zapdos overwhelming plague with pure thunder, Moltres consuming corruption in a blaze of renewal. These revelations aren't abstract, they're calls to action, reminding us that the Pokémon world's balance hinges on harmony between guardians and those who share their realm. As you listen to these tales, doesn't it make you ponder your own place in such a dynamic tapestry? Through battles in games like Pokémon Sword and Shield, we've seen these forces in action. The thrill of capturing a wild Articuno mid-blizzard, or strategizing against Thundurus's relentless prankster strikes. Each encounter peels back layers of lore, revealing how these sentinels influence not just weather, but destiny. In the anime, Ash's run-ins with Zapdos highlight the bird's playful yet perilous nature, turning a simple storm into a lesson in respect. And in manga adaptations, the genies' sibling rivalry drives plots that span regions, underscoring their global impact. It's this depth that captivates, turning facts into felt experiences. As we wrap this chapter on the guardians of elements and storms, their stories leave you with a profound sense of interconnectedness. The icy gales, thunderous barrages, and fertile blessings all weaving a protective shroud over our world. But what lies beneath the waves and in the rebirth of flames? Up next, in Chapter 4, beasts of rebirth and oceanic depths will plunge into the roaming. Legends that embody lightning, fire, and water's pure forms, alongside the majestic overseers of seas and skies who rise from ashes and command the abyss. You won't want to miss how these beasts challenge everything we've uncovered so far, pulling the threads of creation even tighter. Beasts of rebirth and oceanic depths. In the shadowed valleys of Johto, where ancient towers pierce the mist-shrouded skies, a trio of beasts emerged from catastrophe, forever bound to the pulse of the earth itself. These aren't just Pokémon, they're the raw fury of nature reborn, sprinting across the world as eternal wanderers. You know the ones I'm talking about, the legendary beasts, Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. But what if I told you their thunderous roams aren't random chaos? They're the very heartbeat of life's elemental forces, charging through plains, igniting trails, and cleansing waters in a cycle that defies destruction. Let's start with Raikou, the embodiment of lightning's untamed wrath. Beast, its sleek yellow fur crackling with electric veins, eyes glowing like storm clouds ready to burst. Raikou doesn't hide in caves or perch on mountains. No, it thunders across vast plains, a blur of speed that leaves scorched earth and ionized air in its wake. In the games, you'll chase it endlessly through the tall grass of Johto's roots, its cries echoing like distant thunderclaps. But why does it roam so fiercely? Legends say Raikou channels the sky's raw power, striking down threats to balance the world's energy. Imagine you're a trainer in the dead of night, flashlight in hand, when suddenly the ground trembles. A flash illuminates the horizon. Raikou bounding away, its mane sparking wildly. It's not just fast, it's a force that reminds us electricity isn't merely a tool, but life's electric spark surging through every living thing. Then there's Entei, the volcanic heart of fire's relentless blaze. This majestic lion-like creature, with its cream fur edged in crimson flames, erupts across fiery trails, leaving rivers of lava and smouldering paths behind. Entei's presence turns barren lands fertile, its roars summoning heat waves that can melt steel or warm frozen soils. In the Pokémon world, encountering Entei feels like staring into an active volcano, intense, unpredictable, alive. Folklore from Johto's elders whispers that Entei guards the Earth's inner fire, preventing it from consuming everything in rage. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to stand near it? The air shimmers with heat, your skin tingles, and for a moment, you feel the planet's core breathing. Entei doesn't seek battles. It wanders to ignite renewal, turning ash into bloom, embodying fire not as destruction, but as the forge of creation. And completing this primal trio is Suicune, the serene guardian of water's pure flow. With its crystalline blue mane flowing like a waterfall and ribbons that shimmer like auroras, Suicune glides across landscapes, purifying tainted rivers and lakes with a mere breath. Unlike its siblings' explosive energy, Suicune's roam is graceful, almost ethereal, cutting through polluted waters to restore clarity and life. In the anime, we've seen it summon the north wind to cleanse the seas, a sight that leaves you breathless. But here's the twist: Suicune isn't just a purifier, it's the north wind incarnate, carrying the essence of renewal on its back. You might spot it at the edge of a crystal spring, drinking deeply, its eyes reflecting the world's hidden sorrows. Why does this matter to you as a fan? Because Suicune teaches us that water, the source of all life, demands respect. Pollute it, and the balance shatters. Together, these beasts roam as embodiments of life's raw elements. Lightning spark, fire's warmth, water's flow. They're not stationary gods, they're nomads, ensuring no corner of the world forgets nature's wild rhythm. But how did these wanderers come to be? Their origin isn't one of divine creation from the stars or seas. It's rooted in tragedy, a story that tugs at the heart of Pokémon lore. Deep in Johto's history, the burned tower in Ecruteak City stood as a beacon of human ambition, a towering spire reaching for the heavens. One fateful night, flames engulfed it, a blaze so fierce it was said to be ignited by the clash of elemental forces. 3 Pokémon, ordinary souls, perhaps electric, fire and water types, were trapped inside, their lives snuffed out in the inferno. Yet death wasn't their end. From the ashes rose Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, revived by the phoenix-like spirit of rebirth itself. This tale reveals profound themes: loss that scars the land, revival that defies the grave, and the endless cycle of life, where even tragedy fuels new beginnings. It's no wonder the burned tower remains a haunted ruin, a pilgrimage site where trainers feel the echoes of that fiery night. You can almost hear the crackle of flames and the distant howls of the beasts awakening, a reminder that, in Pokémon, destruction isn't final. It's the seed of resurgence. These beasts' elusive nature only deepens their mystique. Hidden encounters with them aren't handed out like common Pokémon. They're rare glimpses that test your patience and spirit. In Gold and Silver, you might spend hours tracking their footprints across the map, only for them to vanish into the horizon. But when you finally corner one, say Raikou in a thunderstorm-swept plain, it's a moment of pure awe. Their profound impact on human civilization stretches back centuries. Johto's people built shrines in their honor, weaving tales of how Entei's flames warmed villages through harsh winters, or Suicune's waters ended droughts that threatened famine. Even in modern times, sightings of these roamers spark festivals and migrations, drawing trainers from afar. Imagine the stories passed down: a farmer crediting Suicune for saving his crops, or a sailor swearing Raikou's bolt guided him through fog. These aren't myths. They're the threads binding Pokémon to our world, showing how even the mightiest beings touch everyday lives. Shifting from the land's restless guardians to the ocean's silent depths, we plunge into the abyss, where another legend holds sway. Lugia, the diving Pokémon, sovereign of the seas. If the beasts embody life's surface fury, Lugia commands the hidden currents below, a colossal guardian whose psychic might prevents catastrophe on a global scale. This silver-winged behemoth, with eyes like deep-sea voids and a body that spans the length of a ship, dives into the sea's abyss, navigating trenches where light fears to tread. But Lugia isn't a solitary dweller. It's the protector of the sky's elemental birds, Articuno, Zapdos and Moltres, those freezing, electric and fiery avians we explored earlier. Here's where the stakes skyrocket. Legend has it that if the three birds rage unchecked, their powers could unleash apocalyptic storms, flooding continents and scorching the air until life itself hangs by a thread. Enter Lugia, rising from the Whirl Island's churning vortices, its psychic aura a calming wave that soothes the bird's fury. In the movies, we've witnessed this firsthand. Lugia summoning silver storms to counter the bird's chaos, its wings folding space itself to redirect gales and lightning. You feel the tension, don't you? The ocean boils, skies darken, and then Lugia emerges, a psychic barrier enveloping the turmoil, restoring harmony. Why does this matter? Because Lugia represents the delicate balance between sea and sky, a reminder that unchecked elements could end worlds. In the games, summoning Lugia requires diving into submarine ruins, battling currents that mirror its immense power. Trainers who bond with it aren't just capturing a Pokémon, they're allying with the deep's whisper, ensuring storms remain mere rain rather than ruin. Lugia's role extends beyond crisis aversion. As the guardian of the seas, it psychically links underwater ecosystems, guiding migrations of Pokémon through hidden reefs and abyssal plains. Folklore from the Orange Islands paints it as a dive master, teaching humans the ocean's secrets, how to navigate whirlpools or harvest pearls without disturbing the balance. But encounter Lugia, and you're in for a trial. Its cry alone can shatter eardrums, a sonic boom from the depths. Yet in that roar there's wisdom. The sea gives life, but demands reverence. Without Lugia, the legendary bird's tempests would rage eternal, turning Johto's coasts into wastelands. It's a psychic bulwark, diving not just for solitude, but to emerge when the world teeters on apocalypse. Now, ascending from the depths to the rainbow-hued heavens, we meet Ho-Oh, the Phoenix duo's radiant counterpart to Lugia's shadowed vigil. This majestic bird, with feathers that shimmer in every colour of the spectrum, soars on rainbow wings, a symbol of hope piercing through despair. Ho-Oh isn't content with mere flight. It resurrects the fallen, breathing life back into souls lost to tragedy. Remember the burned tower? While the beasts rose from its ashes as wanderers, Ho-Oh was the catalyst, its radiant presence igniting their revival. In the anime, Ho-Oh appears after battles that leave devastation, its rainbow trail healing the wounded and restoring wilted lands. What makes Ho-Oh so captivating? It's the ultimate emblem of renewal amid destruction's ashes. Legends say that anyone pure of heart who witnesses its flight receives the rainbow wing, a token of fortune that guides them to hidden wonders. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, climbing the bell tower to meet Ho-Oh feels like ascending to paradise. Its cry a melody that lifts your spirit, wings casting prismatic light that banishes shadows. But Ho-Oh's power isn't without cost. It only revives those worthy, judging hearts in the flicker of its gaze. Imagine soaring beside it, the wind carrying scents of blooming flowers from scorched earth, a testament to life's persistence. In Pokémon lore, Ho-Oh pairs with Lugia as yin and yang, sea's depth and sky's height, destruction's counter and creation's flame. Together, they ensure that even in the darkest hours, hope feathers its wings. These legends, the beasts, Lugia, Ho-Oh, aren't isolated tales. They intertwine with human history in ways that reshape civilizations. Take the roaming beasts. Their paths have influenced trade routes, with villages building watchtowers to signal sightings, fostering alliances across Johto. Suicune's purifications have inspired water festivals where communities renew vows to protect rivers, turning lore into living tradition. Lugia's interventions, they've saved coastal cities from bird-spawn typhoons, earning its shrines carved into cliffs where fishermen offer prayers before voyages. And Ho-Oh's resurrections, they birthed myths of eternal youth, drawing scholars to study its rainbow essence for elixirs of life. But hidden encounters reveal even more. Catching a glimpse of Raikou isn't luck, it's a test of harmony with nature. In one tale from the game's radio broadcasts, a trainer who respected the plains wilds finally met Entei, who gifted a sacred flame instead of fleeing. These moments expose the roamer's elusive nature, not evasion, but selectivity. They impact civilizations profoundly. Entei's trails opened volcanic mines, boosting economies. Suicune's waters healed plagued lands, altering demographics. Lugia's psychic calms have prevented wars over storm-ravaged territories, promoting peace. Ho-Oh's flights, they've inspired art, poetry, and even the design of Johto's gyms, with rainbows symbolizing unity. Diving deeper into their lore, consider the tower's full tragedy. The fire wasn't accident. Some say it was a ritual gone wrong, summoning elemental chaos. The beast's rebirth from unnamed Pokémon underscores Pokémon's theme, evolution through adversity. Raikou, once perhaps a humble Electabuzz, now eternal. Thunder. Entei from a Vulpix line, now fires undying roar. Suicune, a Vaporeon echo, purest stream. This cycle mirrors real-world Phoenix myths, but Pokémon twists it. Life's elements aren't abstract, they're personal, tied to loss we all feel. For Lugia, the Abyss hides more. It communes with Kyogre in deeper lore crossovers, sharing sea guardianship. Its psychic waves could sense global threats, like Eternitus' energy from earlier chapters, positioning it as a planetary sentinel. Ho-Oh, meanwhile, links to the sun's cosmic rulers, Solgaleo, its lighter bridge between worlds. These connections make the duo indispensable, weaving Johto's fate into the broader tapestry. You might ask, how do these beings affect trainers like you? Capturing them demands not just strength, but understanding. Battle Raikou with ground types. It adapts, thundering smarter. Purify with Suicune. It tests your intent. Lugia's psychic storms overwhelm the unprepared. Ho-Oh's sacred fire burns the impure. These encounters build character, echoing life's trials. As we surface from these depths and rains of rebirth, the story doesn't end in flames or waves. Next, we'll unearth the ancient constructs and volcanic fury that shaped the continents themselves. Guardians forged from stone and magma, whose slumbers could quake the world. What secrets do these titans hold? And how did they move mountains in forgotten eras? Stick around, you won't want to miss the rumble. Ancient constructs and volcanic fury. Deep beneath the earth's crust, where stone whispers secrets older than mountains, ancient guardians stir from eons of silence. These aren't just rocks or ice or metal. They're living fortresses, forged to shield the world's most dangerous truths from those who would exploit them. What if I told you that the Pokémon we've come to know as the Regis weren't born from nature's whim, but sculpted by a force so immense it could drag entire landmasses across oceans? Welcome to the saga of the ancient constructs, where golem titans awaken to enforce a forgotten code, and volcanic fury boils just beneath the surface, ready to reshape reality itself. Let's start with the originals, the trio that first clued us into this colossal legacy. Regirock, the unyielding sentinel of stone, emerges from the heart of rugged cliffs and forgotten quarries. Picture it, a hulking figure etched with glowing cracks, its body a mosaic of boulders compressed over millennia. This isn't some mindless statue. Regirock was crafted from the raw essence of the earth, every pebble and granite slab infused with a primal will to protect. Legends say it was awakened in the shadowed depths of ancient ruins where forbidden knowledge, spells of creation, maps to lost civilizations was etched into cavern walls. Regirock doesn't just guard, it crushes intruders with seismic fists, summoning earthquakes that swallow armies whole. You can almost hear the rumble in your bones, can't you? That low grinding roar, as it shifts, sealing away tomes that could unravel societies if they fell into the wrong hands. But Regirock isn't alone in this vigil. Regis, the glacial enforcer, slumbers in polar wastelands, its crystalline form a frozen prison of absolute zero. Forged from the purest ice of prehistoric glaciers, this golem pulses with an otherworldly chill that halts time itself. Imagine venturing into its domain. The air thickens, your breath crystallizes mid-exhale, and suddenly you're facing a behemoth whose eyes gleam like fractured diamonds. Regis awakens to patrol icy vaults, holding arcane ice magic, rituals that could freeze oceans or preserve souls eternally. It's said that, in battles of old, Regis blanketed battlefields in eternal winter, turning warriors to statues before they could plunder the secrets it defends. Why does it endure such isolation? Because that forbidden knowledge isn't just power, it's catastrophe waiting to be unleashed, and Regis ensures it stays buried under layers of impenetrable frost. Then there's Registeel, the metallic marvel that defies corrosion and decay. Born from the molten veins of the planet's core, its body is an alloy of indestructible steel, humming with latent energy. This guardian prowls labyrinthine forges and alloyed temples where blueprints for weapons of mass destruction and unbreakable armors lie hidden. Registeel moves like liquid mercury trapped in solid form, reshaping itself to block passages or impale foes on razor-sharp limbs. Trainers who encounter it speak of a deafening clang, like hammers on anvils from the dawn of industry, as it activates to repel those seeking to weaponize its charges. Together, these three, Regirock, Regis, Registeel, form the unbreakable triad, awakened not by chance, but by the tremors of impending doom. They were built to last, to stand eternal watch over knowledge that humanity, in its hubris, might twist into ruin. Now, hold on to that thought, because the true architect of these wonders towers above them all. Regigigas, the colossal shaper, a behemoth whose shadow could eclipse cities. This isn't just a Pokémon, it's the primordial engineer, the one who towed continents into place like a child dragging toys across a playroom floor. Legends from Sinnoh's ancient scrolls describe Regigigas hauling the very supercontinent that birthed our world, its massive arms straining against tectonic plates, muscles rippling like living mountains. Eyes sealed by divine decree to contain its overwhelming power, it slumbers in colossal caverns, only stirring when the balance of the earth falters. But when it commands its Regis siblings, that's when the feats of unimaginable strength unfold. Regigigas issues a single, earth-shaking bellow, and the golems align like soldiers in formation. Regirock raising barriers of stone, Regis flash-freezing rivers to form bridges, Registeel forging chains from raw ore to bind rogue forces. Together, they've quelled volcanic eruptions that threatened to swallow civilizations, redirected floods with improvised dams, and even sculpted mountain ranges to hide sacred sites. You have to wonder, what kind of mind could orchestrate such symphony of destruction and creation? Regigigas isn't a destroyer, it's the restorer, ensuring the world's bones stay intact. And just when you think the pantheon of constructs has reached its peak, enter the newcomers that expand this ancient lineup into electric storms and draconic tempests. Regieleki surges with electric might, a living dynamo crackling from the depths of prehistoric amber deposits. Unlike its siblings' stoic forms, Regieleki is pure energy incarnate. Tendrils of lightning coiling around a gelatinous core, zipping through ruins at speeds that blur the line between bolt and beast. Awakened in electrified tombs guarding secrets of infinite power sources, it unleashes barrages that could power civilizations or level them in an instant. Imagine the hum building in the air, static raising the hairs on your neck, before it erupts in a web of arcs that shorts out any machinery daring to approach. This electric sentinel joins the fray, supercharging the Regis family's defences, turning stone fortresses into impenetrable storm barriers. On the flip side, Regidrago roars with draconic power, a serpentine colossus coiled in dragon lairs etched with runes of conquest. Crafted from the fierce essence of ancient worms, its body is a labyrinth of azure scales and fangs that drip with ethereal venom. It awakens to protect tomes of draconic lore, spells of flight, breaths that forge empires from ash. When unleashed, Regidrago coils and strikes like a living hurricane, its roars echoing through canyons as it summons gales laced with dragon fire. Paired with Regigigas, it adds a savage edge to the Guardian's arsenal, tearing through aerial threats while the others hold the ground. These additions, Regieleki's lightning fury and Regidrago's primal rage, don't just expand the pantheon, they electrify it, making the ancient constructs a force as dynamic as the elements they embody. The world feels smaller, knowing such powers lurk just out of sight, ready to intervene. But no tale of Earth's fury is complete without the Forge Master of them all, Heatran, the lurking blaze in volcanic craters. This isn't a mere fire type, it's the living heart of the planet's wrath, a molten body of swirling magma and blackened steel that forges the world's fiery core. Heatran dwells in the bowels of active volcanoes, its six-legged form gliding over rivers of lava like a shadow in the inferno. Legends whisper that it was born from the first eruptions, when the earth belched its rage at creation's chaos. With a body temperature hot enough to melt diamonds, Heatran shapes metallic wonders, spewing slag that cools into rare ores, crafting the very steels that Registeel might one day wield. But don't let its creative side fool you. This guardian erupts in battles that scar landscapes, launching magma bombs that rain like hellfire. In ancient times it quelled rebellions by flooding valleys with molten rock, sealing away knowledge of volcanic harnessing that could doom the world to endless ash. You can feel the heat rising just thinking about it, that oppressive warmth pressing in, reminding you how fragile our surface world truly is. These titans don't operate in isolation. Their stories intertwine in the twisted corridors of temple ruins, where the true purpose of their slumber reveals itself. Deep in overgrown ziggurats and crumbling obelisks, explorers uncover murals depicting the Regis awakening not as aggressors, but as reluctant wardens. The twist hits hard. Their endless sleep isn't punishment or weakness, it's a deliberate safeguard, a divine failsafe against humanity's misuse of power. Carved into stone altars are warnings from a bygone era, when mortals delved too deep, seeking to harness the forbidden knowledge for conquest. Regigigas, in its wisdom, commanded the golems to seal themselves away, their activations now tied to cataclysms or the purest of hearts. Heatran's craters hide chambers where lava flows guard scrolls on geothermal mastery, but only those who prove worthy escape the blaze. Imagine stumbling upon such a sight. vines choking doorways, the air thick with sulphur, and suddenly a low rumble as eyes glow in the darkness. These ruins aren't just relics, they're active puzzles, booby-trapped with elemental trials that test intent. One wrong step, and Regis's frost claims you. Tamper with the wrong relic, and Regieleki's surge ends your quest. It's a chilling reminder that power like this was never meant for us to wield unchecked. The slumber protects not just the knowledge, but the world from what we do with it. Delve deeper into these legends, and you'll find echoes in every corner of the Pokémon world. Take Regirock's domain in the Hoenn region, where desert nomads still tell of the golem rising during sandstorms to bury lost cities under dunes, preserving artifacts that could rewrite history, or Regis's Antarctic exile, where whalers from long ago vanished into blizzards, their ships encased in ice as punishment for hunting sacred depths. Registeel's forges in Kalos echo with tales of alchemists who sought eternal alloys, only to be melted into the very metal they craved. Regigigas's continental toes aren't myth, they're etched in plate tectonics, with fossil records showing land bridges formed by its impossible labours. And Heatran, its influence pulses in every blacksmith's fire, every sword tempered in volcanic glass. These aren't isolated stories, they're threads in a tapestry of restraint, where strength serves guardianship over glory. What makes these constructs so captivating is their silence, the way they embody patience as the ultimate power. Regieleki might crackle with urgency, Regidrago snarl with hunger, but they all wait, dormant, until the earth cries out. You've felt that pull, haven't you? That curiosity drawing you to explore what lies buried, even as the legends warn against it. In one Sinnoh folktale, a scholar deciphers a Regis seal, awakening the trio briefly. They don't attack him, but instead visions flood his mind, glimpses of worlds destroyed by misused lore. He emerges changed, vowing silence, his life a testament to the cost of meddling. Heatran's fury adds another layer. Inu Nova's volcanic chains, eruptions are said to be its warnings, shaping new islands as barriers against encroaching civilizations. These beings force us to confront our own ambitions. Are we ready for the knowledge they guard, or would it consume us? As we piece together these volcanic and construct enigmas, the Earth's pulse quickens, hinting at guardians even more intimate to our existence. But that's a story for another breath. Up next, we'll uncover the spirits of mind and heart, ethereal forces that weave through your thoughts and emotions in ways that will leave you questioning the very essence of will. How do they balance the chaos these titans hold at bay? Stick around. You won't want to miss the revelations waiting just beyond the veil, spirits of mind and heart. In the shadowed depths of Sinnoh's ancient lakes, three ethereal beings emerged not as conquerors of land or sky, but as the unseen architects of the human soul. You know the titans that shape our world, the golems that carved mountains, the beasts that roam with elemental fury. But what if I told you that the true guardians of our potential hide in plain sight, whispering secrets that could unravel everything we think we understand? These are the lake spirits, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, a trio whose powers touch the core of who we are. Let's start with Uxie, the being of pure knowledge. Picture this: in a world teeming with mysteries, Uxie is the quiet force that plants the seeds of discovery in every mind. It's said that without Uxie, humanity would stumble blindly through existence, grasping at shadows instead of truths. This spirit doesn't shout its wisdom from the heavens, it slips into the quiet moments, inspiring inventors to sketch their first blueprints, or scholars to uncover forgotten lore. You might recall those late nights when a sudden idea strikes you out of nowhere. That could be Uxie's gentle nudge, ensuring knowledge flows like an endless river across the globe. But knowledge alone is a cold flame. Enter Mesprit, the igniter of emotions, whose presence turns that spark into a roaring fire. Mesprit dances through the hearts of people and Pokémon alike, awakening joy in a child's first laugh, sorrow in a farewell, or the fierce love that binds a trainer to their partner. Without this spirit, emotions would wither, leaving us as hollow shells, unable to feel the thrill of victory or the sting of loss. It's Mesprit that fuels the bonds that make our world vibrant, reminding us that to live is to feel deeply. Have you ever witnessed a crowd erupt in cheers during a Pokémon battle, or felt your heart swell watching a wild Eevee nuzzle its litter? That's Mesprit at work, weaving the threads of passion that connect us all. And then there's Azelf, the embodiment of willpower, the unyielding drive that pushes us beyond limits. Azelf is the voice in your head that says, "Keep going," when everything screams to quit. It empowers heroes to stand against overwhelming odds. Like a lone trainer facing a legendary storm, this spirit infuses resolve into the weary, turning doubt into determination. Together, these three, Uxie with its intellect, Mesprit with its heart, and Azelf with its grit, form an unbreakable triad, harmonizing the mind, emotions, and will into a force that elevates us all. They're not just guardians, they're the balance that keeps chaos at bay, ensuring that our potential doesn't consume us. Now trace their origins back to the dawn of creation. Born from the divine will of Arceus itself, these spirits were forged in the moment when the world needed stabilizers for its most volatile element, humanity. Arceus, the alpha Pokémon, saw the raw power of beings like Dialga and Palkia shaping time and space, but recognized that humans, with their ingenuity and passions, could tip the scales toward destruction. So the Lake Trio was called into being to harmonize that potential with the planet's fragile stability. They prevent the kind of existential threats that could shatter civilizations, wars born of unchecked ambition, disasters fueled by blind rage, or collapses from sheer apathy. You see, without them, our drive for knowledge might lead to forbidden experiments that tear reality apart. Our emotions could spiral into endless conflicts, and our willpower might harden into tyranny. But with their subtle guidance, we thrive in equilibrium, our growth nurturing the world rather than devouring it. These spirits don't dwell in grand palaces or stormy peaks. No, their homes are the hidden lakes of Sinnoh. Lake Acuity for Uxie, Lake Verity for Mesprit, and Lake Valor for Azelf, serene sanctuaries veiled in mist and legend. These waters aren't just pools, they're nexus points of psychic energy, where the trio rests and renews. Disturb one, and the ripples spread far beyond the shore. Imagine a poacher's net snagging Azelf's domain. Suddenly willpower ebbs from nearby villages, leaving people paralysed by indecision, battles lost before they begin. Or, if Mesprit's lake is polluted, emotions run wild, fits of unexplained rage or waves of despair that grip entire regions, turning allies into foes. Uxie's disturbance, a fog of forgetfulness descends, erasing histories and innovations overnight, plunging societies into intellectual darkness. These crises aren't abstract. They've echoed through Sinnoh's folklore, where tales warn of the great silences that once blanketed the land, crises of mind and spirit that nearly broke the world's spirit. Yet the Lake Trio rarely reveals itself in thunderous displays. As ancient guardians, they intervene with the lightest touch, like a breeze steering a falling leaf. In human affairs, you'll find their influence in pivotal moments. A king's counsel, swayed by newfound wisdom, a rebel's heart softened toward peace, or a warrior's resolve steeled for a just cause. They're the unseen hands that have shaped history, from averting ancient wars to inspiring the Pokémon League's founding. But what happens when they're absent? Their withdrawal foreshadows dark eras, times of ignorance where knowledge fades like dying embers, leaving societies to regress into superstition and fear. Despair follows as emotions curdle without Mesprit's light, and willpower crumbles, dooming even the strongest to surrender. Legends speak of such periods in Sinnoh's past when the lakes ran dry in spirit, if not in water, and the world teetered on oblivion. You can almost feel the chill of those forgotten ages, can't you? The trio's presence is our quiet assurance that we're not alone in our struggles. Delve deeper, and psychic visions reveal even more about their profound role. Trainers with strong bonds to psychic Pokémon sometimes glimpse these truths, flashes of ethereal blue forms guiding evolutions not just in individuals, but across generations of Pokémon consciousness. Uxie has been seen in visions, imparting tactical genius to Abralines, evolving their minds toward Alakazam-level mastery. Mesprit stirs the empathetic core in Eevee families, helping them adapt forms that reflect emotional needs. Like the nurturing Umbreon under Moonlight, Arzelf bolsters the fighting spirit in Riolu, pushing them to Lucario's aura-sensing heights through sheer determination. These interventions evolve the very essence of Pokémon, ensuring species grow alongside us, their consciousnesses intertwined with ours. It's as if the trio foresaw a future where Pokémon and humans co-evolve, their powers amplifying our own in ways we can barely comprehend. Consider the story of a young explorer in Sinnoh's wilds, lost in the fog-shrouded paths near Lake Valor. Overwhelmed by doubt, he nearly turned back, his dreams of discovery fading. But in that moment, a surge of unbreakable will coursed through him. Arzelf's gift, subtle as a whisper. He pressed on, uncovering ruins that revealed Mesprit's ancient murals, paintings of emotions binding tribes together against famine. And at the heart of it all, inscriptions crediting Uxie for the knowledge that built those very walls. This isn't just a tale, it's a pattern repeated in countless lives, where the trio's triad ensures no one is left adrift. You might wonder, how do we honour such elusive guardians? Through respect for the lakes, of course. Preserving their purity invites their blessings. In battles, trainers who embody their harmony find their Pokémon responding with uncanny synergy. A strategic feint from Uxie's insight, an emotional rally from Mesprit, a defiant stand from Arzelf. It's this balance that makes elite trainers unstoppable. Their teams not just strong, but enlightened. But let's not forget the darker whispers. There are those who seek to capture the lake spirits, drawn by the promise of ultimate control over mind, heart, and will. In one infamous incident, a rogue organisation disturbed Lake Verity, hoping to harness Mesprit's emotions for mind control. The backlash was catastrophic. Waves of uncontrolled feelings swept the region, turning allies against each other in a frenzy. Only the trio's combined power restored order, a stark reminder that tampering with their domains invites global peril. These events underscore their role as preventers of existential threats. Their harmony, the thin line between progress and ruin. As we reflect on these spirits, think about your own journey. Have you ever solved a puzzle that seemed impossible, felt a rush of pure joy in victory, or pushed through pain to claim a badge? The Lake Trio might be closer than you think. Their influence is shaping the Pokémon world one quiet act at a time. Their story isn't one of spectacle, but of subtle power, the kind that builds empires from whispers and averts apocalypses from the shadows. And yet, this balance of mind and heart is just one layer in the grand tapestry of legends. Up next, we'll dive into the dragons of truth, ideals and justice, where clashing philosophies threaten to reshape the world in fire and shadow. Prepare to question everything you believe about heroes and villains. Before we dive deeper into this incredible journey, I'm curious, where in the world are you watching this from? Drop a comment below and let our global community know. And if you're finding this as mind-blowing as I am, hit that like button to help more people discover this story. Dragons of truth, ideals, and justice. In the heart of Unova, where ancient ideals clashed like thunder against unyielding stone, two colossal dragons emerged from a single, fractured soul, forever dividing the region between pursuit of absolute truth and the relentless drive of human ideals. You see, long before trainers roamed its bustling cities and wild routes, Unova teetered on the brink of collapse because of these very forces. What started as a unified legend splintered into eternal rivals, each embodying a philosophy that could either unite or destroy everything in its path. Picture the dawn of Unova's history, when a wise king ruled with both wisdom and ambition. He dreamed of a perfect world, harnessing the power of a singular dragon to fuel his vision. But ambition breeds division. The king's right-hand advisor challenged him, insisting that truth alone could guide progress, not unchecked ideals. Their debate ignited a cataclysmic war, and in the fury of betrayal, that original dragon tore itself apart. From its noble core rose Reshiram, the blazing embodiment of truth, its white scales shimmering like fresh fallen snow under a relentless sun. Reshiram's tail burns with a turbine of pure fire, an engine of honesty that scorches away deception wherever it flies. This dragon doesn't just seek facts, it demands them, forcing heroes and villains alike to confront their deepest realities. In the games, when you align with the pursuit of truth, Reshiram becomes your ally, its blue flare attack unleashing infernos that reveal hidden weaknesses in any foe. But wield it wrongly, and its fire turns inward, judging even the purest intentions. Opposing Reshiram stands Zekrom, the thunderous champion of ideals, its black armour crackling with electric fury that echoes the king's unyielding drive. Zekrom's tail spins like a generator of raw power, channeling lightning that strikes down barriers to progress. Where Reshiram illuminates with searing light, Zekrom powers through with shadowy determination, believing that ideals, no matter how flawed, propel humanity forward. Their rivalry nearly shattered Unova's foundation. Rivers boiled, mountains cracked, and cities crumbled under the storm of their ideological war. Legends whisper that the land itself bears scars from this divide, with ancient ruins in Unova's deserts and peaks serving as silent testaments to the chaos. You might wonder, how could two halves of the same being become such bitter enemies? It's a reminder that even gods aren't immune to the fractures we humans create in our quests for meaning. Yet this tale of division finds a chilling counterpart in Kyurem, the frozen husk left behind when the original dragon split. Wandering Unova's icy giant's chasm, Kyurem is a skeletal behemoth of emptiness, its grey body devoid of the fire or thunder that once defined its whole. It's not just a dragon, it's a void, a reminder of what happens when truth and ideals abandon each other. But here's where the story ignites with ultimate power. When Reshiram, or Zekrom, reunites with Kyurem, they birth fusions of unimaginable might. Black Kyurem merges Zekrom's thunder with Kyurem's chill, creating a juggernaut that freezes lightning in mid-strike, its fusion bolt crashing like an Arctic storm. White Kyurem, on the other hand, blends Reshiram's blaze with the husk's frost, forming ice that burns and flames that entomb, a paradox of elements that overwhelms any opponent. These unions aren't mere power-ups, they're philosophical reckonings. In the Pokémon Black and White saga, trainers who seek these fusions must navigate moral dilemmas, choosing sides in a war that questions whether truth or ideals should dominate. Imagine standing before Curem's lair, the wind howling with unresolved tension. Do you complete the dragon's soul or let the divide persist? It's these choices that make Unova's legends feel alive, pulsing with the same conflicts we face in our own lives. As Unova's dragons wrestled with philosophy on a grand scale, another trio rose from the shadows of human folly, guardians forged in the fires of injustice. Meet the swords of justice, Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion, steel-willed warriors who emerged to combat the cruelty inflicted upon Pokémon by heartless trainers and poachers. These aren't distant deities, they're avengers, their bodies chiseled like ancient blades, ready to strike against those who exploit the innocent. Born in a time when humans hunted legendary beasts for sport, the swords witnessed the slaughter of a peaceful herd of Pokémon, their blood staining the earth. Enraged, Cobalion, the noble leader with its blue steel mane and piercing gaze, rallied its kin. Terrakion, the rugged powerhouse of rock and ground, charged forward with horns that could shatter mountains, embodying unyielding strength. Virizion, graceful and swift as a verdant gale, wove through battles with blade-like antlers, a symbol of elegant defiance. Together, they formed an unbreakable vanguard, their sacred sword attack cleaving through oppression like justice itself. Their legend unfolds in tales of rebellion across Unova's varied terrains, from the misty moors where Virizion outmaneuvers hunters, to the rocky plateaus where Terrakion topples machinery built to cage wild Pokémon. Cobalion's wisdom guides them, teaching that true power lies not in domination, but in protection. In the anime, them clash with Team Plasma, a group preaching liberation while secretly enslaving Pokémon, highlighting the sword's role as moral arbiters. You can't help but feel the weight of their cause. Have you ever paused during a battle, wondering if your commands cross into cruelty? The swords force that reflection. Their presence a call to treat every Pokémon as a partner, not a tool. And their steel wills? Unbreakable. Even when captured or weakened, they rise again, inspiring trainers to stand against wrongdoing. But no trio is complete without an heir, and that's where Keldeo enters the fray. The young colt training tirelessly to join the Swords of Justice. With its aquamarine coat and spiralling horn, Keldeo starts as a spirited fighter, but its true potential lies in evolution. Colt to majestic, a heroic transformation that marks a new era of protection. Hidden in secluded dojos and watery glades, Keldeo spars under the watchful eyes of its mentors, learning not just moves like Secret Sword, but the essence of heroism. Its story is one of growth. In the movies, Keldeo faces doubt and failure, nearly abandoning its path after a devastating loss. Yet, through trials that test its resolve, it evolves, horns gleaming like polished justice, ready to defend the innocent alongside its elders. This evolution isn't automatic, it's earned, mirroring how young trainers must prove themselves in Unova's gyms and beyond. Keldeo's journey adds heart to the sword's legend, showing that even the smallest spark can forge a blade against cruelty. Imagine the thrill of witnessing that change in battle, water and steel, merging into a torrent of righteousness. It's the kind of payoff that makes you root for underdogs everywhere. Delving deeper into Unova's hidden lore, these legends aren't just battles of elements. They're mirrors to moral conflicts that shape heroes and villains across Pokémon sagas. Reshiram and Zekrom's split echoes in every trainer's choice. Do you chase the cold light of truth, exposing flaws in your team and rivals? Or the electrifying rush of ideals, pushing boundaries even if it means risking harmony? Their war with Curem underscores the danger of imbalance. Without fusion, power remains fragmented, much like societies torn by ideology. The swords of justice, meanwhile, inspire tales of resistance. In ancient Unova scrolls, they're said to have influenced the formation of the Pokémon League itself, ensuring rules that protect creatures from abuse. Cobalian's leadership draws from real-world myths of knightly orders, while Terrakion's brute force parallels folklore titans who reshape landscapes for the greater good. Virizian's agility evokes forest spirits that evade and outsmart foes, a nod to nature's clever survival. Take the ideological war further. The original Dragon's Fracture nearly doomed Unova, causing earthquakes that swallowed villages and storms that blotted out the sun. Heroes arose, common folk who mediated between the dragons, forging the first Pokeballs not as weapons, but as bonds of understanding. Villains too emerged from this chaos, like those who sought to exploit Kyurem's emptiness for domination, twisting its chill into weapons of fear. Even Keldio's training hides darker secrets. Legends speak of a rival cult that turned to shadows, becoming a cautionary tale of heroism corrupted. These stories weave through the game's narratives. Black and White challenge you to pick sides. White 2 and Black 2 explore the fusion's consequences, forcing you to question if ultimate power justifies moral compromise. In the anime, Ash and his friends encounter echoes of this, battling illusions of the dragons that test their own truths and ideals. And it's this depth that makes Unova's legends timeless. Reshiram's fire doesn't just burn, it purifies, revealing the heart of a Pokémon spirit in contests and battles alike. Zekrom's thunder propels innovation, powering ancient machines that trainers rediscover in hidden caves. The swords patrol unseen, their presence a subtle force that deters poachers even today, while Keldio's evolution symbolizes hope for the next generation. You feel it in every encounter. These beings aren't relics, they're active shapers of destiny, urging us to balance truth with aspiration, justice with mercy. What if your own journey mirrored this? As you build your team, do the dragons whisper which path to take? Unova's lore extends to forgotten rituals where trainers communed with these legends, offering berries and tales in exchange for guidance. Reshiram favoured those who journaled their adventures honestly, its flames warming the coldest nights. Zekrom rewarded inventors, its bolts igniting sparks of genius in workshops. The swords, ever vigilant, tested aspirants in mock trials, ensuring only the pure-hearted could learn their ways. Keldio, playful yet determined, challenged youngsters to races across rivers, building endurance for the fights ahead. These interactions blurred the line between myth and reality, turning ordinary trainers into legends themselves. Consider the fusion's raw power in detail. When Kyurem absorbs Reshiram, White Kyurem's icy wings span horizons, freezing the air into shards that rain like truth's judgment. Its Draco meteor calls down comets wreathed in frost, a spectacle that leaves battlefields glistening with resolved conflicts. Black Kyurem, fused with Zekrom, storms the skies with Bolt Strike, electricity arcing through blizzards to embody Ideal's unstoppable force. These forms demand strategy, their weaknesses exposed only to those who understand the dragon's cause. In competitive play, summoning them turns the tide, but at a cost. The fusion's instability hints at the original split's lingering pain. The sword's unyielding wills shine in their abilities. Cobalian's Justified boosts its attack when hit by dark moves, turning cruelty back on itself. Terrakian's Guts ignores status ailments, charging through poison or paralysis like a juggernaut of resolve. Virizian's Sap Sipper absorbs grass attacks, growing stronger from nature's attempts to bind it. Together, They form a synergy unmatched, their hidden power varying by legend to adapt to any threat. Keldeo's justified mirrors. Cobalions, a sign of its destined role, evolving into a form where its horn channels waves of heroic energy. This tapestry of truth, ideals and justice doesn't end in Unova. It ripples outward, influencing how we view every legendary encounter. Heroes like N, torn between his ideals and the truth of Pokémon bonds, embody the dragon's divide. Villains like Getz's manipulate justice's name for tyranny, only to be felled by the sword's blade. It's a saga that challenges you. In your next battle, will you seek Reshiram's clarity or Zekrum's drive? Will you stand with the swords against unseen cruelties? As we wrap up this clash of dragons and guardians, the story shifts to even more profound cycles, where life blooms only to wither. Destruction paves the way for renewal, and harmony binds it all in Kalos' eternal dance. You won't want to miss how Xerneas, Yveltal, and Zygarde redefine existence itself in Chapter 8. Cycles of life, destruction, and harmony. What secrets do they hold that could change your understanding of every Pokémon forever? Cycles of life, destruction, and harmony. In the heart of Kalos, where ancient forests whisper secrets older than the mountains, life and death aren't enemies. They're dance partners in an endless cycle. What if I told you that two legendary beings hold the reins on this balance, one breathing eternal spring into the world, while the other wraps it in shadows of necessary decay? You're about to dive into the story of Xerneas, Yveltal, and Zygarde, the guardians of harmony who ensure that creation never outpaces destruction, and destruction never silences the pulse of renewal. Let's start with Xerneas, the embodiment of life itself. Not as some distant myth, but as a force you can almost feel pulsing through the veins of the earth. Xerneas appears as a majestic stag, its body a radiant cascade of blue and green antlers that branch like the roots of an ancient tree. But don't let the beauty fool you. It's a powerhouse of raw, vital energy. When Xerneas moves through the forests of Kalos, it doesn't just walk. It channels life energy straight from the core of existence. Leaves that have withered for seasons suddenly unfurl in vibrant green. Rivers that ran dry swell with crystal clear water, and barren soil bursts forth with flowers that bloom in defiance of winter's grip. This isn't gentle nurturing. It's revival in explosive bursts of eternal spring. Ecosystems that teeter on the edge of collapse are reborn overnight. Animals emerging from hidden burrows, with coats gleaming like they've just been forged anew. You see, Xerneas isn't content with small miracles. It floods the land with geomancy, a mystical surge that awakens dormant seeds and heals fractured landscapes. In the lore of Kalos trainers, there's a tale of a village on the brink of famine where fields lay cracked under a relentless sun. Xerneas appeared at dusk, its antlers glowing like captured stars, and by morning, the air hummed with the buzz of insects and the scent of fresh blossoms. Harvests tripled that year, and the people whispered that the stag had woven their survival into the fabric of the forest itself. But why does this matter to you, wandering through your own life cycles? Because Xerneas reminds us that life isn't fragile. It's resilient, waiting for that spark to ignite. Yet for every burst of growth, there must be a counterweight, or the world would choke under its own abundance. Enter Yveltal, the stark opposite, a harbinger of destruction, cloaked in crimson wings that span like a blood-red eclipse. This Pokémon takes the form of a massive avian predator, its body a twisted fusion of bone and shadow, eyes piercing like embers in the night. Yveltal doesn't destroy for sport. It enforces the natural order by draining vitality from the overripe and the overgrown. When forests grow too dense, when life multiplies unchecked, Yveltal descends, absorbing the essence of living things into cocoons of pure destruction. Imagine vines that strangle ancient oaks, populations of creatures that devour resources faster than they can replenish. Yveltal steps in, siphoning their energy in a vortex of red light. Those drained don't vanish in agony. They crystallize into fragile husks, like autumn leaves preserved in frost, ready to return to the soil and nourish what comes next. This decay isn't chaos, it's the great equalizer, preventing the stagnation that would doom entire realms. In Kalosian legends, Yveltal once swept through a valley, swollen with unchecked flora, where trees towered so high they blocked the sun, starving the undergrowth. The drain was swift, a whirlwind of absorbed life force that left behind a carpet of crystalline remnants. But from those shards, new life sprouted months later, humbler and more balanced. You might wonder, is Yveltal a villain? Far from it. Without its touch, Xerneas's gifts would lead to overgrowth, a paradise turned prison. Together, they form a rhythm. Bloom and wither, rise and fall. It's the heartbeat of the planet, and listening to it, you can't help but feel the weight of your own choices in how we tip that scale. But what happens when this delicate dance is disrupted? That's where Zygarde enters the fray, the ultimate enforcer of ecological harmony. Unlike its flashy counterparts, Zygarde is elusive, existing in multiple forms that adapt to the threat at hand. At its most basic, it's a network of microscopic cells scattered across the earth like invisible sentinels, monitoring every blade of grass, every ripple in the stream. These cells lie dormant, blending into the soil, waiting for imbalance to stir them. When chaos looms, polluted waters, ravaged habitats, or the hubris of humanity pushing nature to the brink, Zygarde awakens. It might first assemble into its 10% form, a serpentine guardian with green scales and red cores that pulse like warning lights. Agile and fierce, this version strikes at immediate threats, coiling through underbrush to dismantle machinery that's torn up sacred groves or devouring invasive species that upset the food chain. You've heard stories from trainers in Kalos who swear they saw a flash of green in the wilds, right before a landslide of debris mysteriously righted itself, saving a village from ruin. But if the danger escalates, Zygarde doesn't hold back. It gathers more cells, shifting to its 50% form, a towering dragon-like behemoth with unyielding power, capable of quelling storms of destruction with seismic force. And in its rarest, most desperate state, the complete form emerges. A perfect guardian, over 10 meters tall, armored in emerald and obsidian, with thousand-arrow barrages that pierce the sky and core enforcer blasts that reshape landscapes. This is Zygarde at full strength, a colossus that maintains balance against any chaos, whether from natural disasters or human folly. In one ancient chronicle, Zygarde's cells mobilized during a plague of overzealous logging, reforming into the 50% form to redirect rivers and bury felled trees, restoring the forest's breath in a single night. It's not vengeance, it's judgment, a reminder that the earth watches back. Now, you might think these guardians operate in isolation, but their story deepens with the shadow of Kalos's darkest secret, the ultimate weapon. Buried beneath the region's glittering cities lies a relic of war forged in an era when humanity's ambition clashed with divine will. This weapon, a crystalline cannon of unimaginable power, was designed to harness infinite energy, but it backfired catastrophically. When activated during a forgotten conflict, it didn't just level battlefields, it tore open the veil between life and death, awakening Xerneas and Yveltal in a frenzy. The stag poured forth life to heal the wounds, but Yveltal, sensing the imbalance, drained vitality on a massive scale, cocooning armies and cities alike in destructive stasis. The clash was apocalyptic, bursts of eternal spring warred with waves of decay, forests exploding into bloom only to wither into crystal graveyards. Life nearly erased itself in this cataclysmic war, the land scarred with glowing craters where neither growth nor rot could take hold. Eyewitness accounts from surviving sages describe skies torn asunder, the air thick with the scent of ozone and fresh earth as the two deities battled for dominance. Billions of years of natural cycles compressed into days of fury, leaving Kalos a husk until Zygarde intervened. The cells, sensing the global threat, converged in their complete form, quelling the chaos with a roar that echoed across continents. It severed the weapon's core, sealing the energies back into dormancy, but not without cost. The land still bears faint echoes, like the luminous ruins where time feels strangely suspended. This event revealed the deities' true interdependence. Without harmony, their powers could unravel everything. You can feel the chill of that near extinction, even now, can't you? It makes you question how close we've come to awakening such forces again. And here's where the twist hits hardest. Zygarde's dormant cells aren't just passive watchers. They're an ever-watchful network, a living web stretched across the globe, attuned to every tremor of imbalance. These cells, numbering in the trillions, hibernate in rivers, mountains, and even urban cracks, feeding on subtle data. The pH of soil, the migration of species, the carbon footprint of cities. They're poised to judge humanity's stewardship, not with blind rage, but with calculated precision. In modern Kalos lore, trainers have uncovered clusters of these cells in polluted bays, glowing faintly as if debating intervention. One researcher documented a cell awakening during an oil spill, multiplying to form a temporary 10% Zygarde that absorbed the toxins, purifying the water before dissolving back into anonymity. But the judgment looms larger. If we tip the scales too far, deforestation on a global scale, extinctions unchecked, the network could activate en masse. Imagine it. Cells rising from every corner of the earth, assembling into legions of guardians, not to destroy us, but to reset the balance. Would they cocoon our excesses like Yveltal does overgrowth? Or revive wastelands with Xerneas' touch under Zygarde's command? The uncertainty is what keeps you up at night, isn't it? These beings aren't myths, they're a warning etched into the DNA of the world, reminding us that harmony isn't given, it's earned. Delving deeper into Xerneas' role, consider how its life energy isn't random. It's selective, drawn to places where potential slumbers. In the forests of Kalos, like the dense woods around Lever City, Xerneas has been sighted channeling geomancy during solstices, when the veil between worlds thins. Trainers who bond with it describe a warmth spreading from their pokeballs, as if the stag shares its essence, healing not just the land, but the spirit of those who fight for it. One famous account involves a young ecologist who, lost in a dying woodland, encountered Xerneas. The stag touched her with an antler, and she emerged with visions of renewal, guiding her to plant seeds that flourished into a sanctuary teeming with rare Pokémon. This energy burst isn't without limits. Overuse drained Xerneas into a dormant state, its form shrinking to preserve strength, teaching that even life must rest. You see echoes of this in battles where Xerneas' Moonblast attacks shimmer with restorative light, turning the tide not through brute force but by invigorating allies mid-conflict. Yveltal's drain, conversely, is a symphony of subtlety. It doesn't swoop in like a monster from Tales. It glides on thermals, sensing vitality peaks from afar. In areas of overpopulation, Like meadows choked with aggressive flora, Yveltal's wings unfurl, creating a oblivion wing aura that siphons excess without touching the core of balance. Legends speak of it perching on Giosenge's cliffs, draining the life from invasive vines that threatened native herbs, leaving behind cocoons that hatched into nutrient-rich soil months later. But Yveltal's power tempts the corrupt. In the Ultimate Weapons saga, a warlord tried to harness it, only for the Pokémon to turn on him, cocooning his forces in an instant. This enforces Decay's necessity. Without it, Xerneas' springs would flood into monsoons of unchecked growth, drowning diversity in uniformity. Bonded trainers feel a chill in their veins, a reminder of mortality, yet it sharpens their resolve to live purposefully. Zygarde's forms add layers to this triad. The 10% form, often called the Order Pokémon, is a scout, zipping through undergrowth with aura wheel spins that detect disruptions. It's been observed dismantling poacher camps in the dead of night, cells reforming to bind traps and free captives. The 50% form, more aggressive, uses Land's Wrath to upheave Earth, burying pollutants or redirecting floods. But the complete form, that's Apocalypse Averted, a fusion of all cells into a being that commands core enforcer beams, purifying chaos with pinpoint accuracy. In simulations by Kalos scientists, a full awakening could reshape climates, but only as a last resort. The cell's network twist is genius. They're quantum linked, communicating instantaneously, hinting at a consciousness that spans the planet. Dormant in your backyard soil or the ocean floor, they judge, are we stewards or spoilers? One anomaly in Route 10 showed cells multiplying near a factory, forming a barrier that halted emissions until authorities intervened. It's this vigilance that makes Zygarde the true harmonizer, weaving Xerneas and Yveltal into a tapestry where destruction births life, and life invites decay. The Ultimate Weapons Awakening ties it all together, a cautionary epic. Forged in Vanderville's hidden labs during a war of ideologies, it promised unlimited power by siphoning legendary energies. But when fired, it resonated with the life-death cycle, pulling Xerneas from slumber to flood the battlefield with growth, vines ensnaring weapons and soldiers alike. Yveltal countered, draining the surge into massive cocoons that petrified the advance, creating fields of crystal where life hung suspended. The war escalated into cataclysm, earthquakes from clashing auras, skies raining crystalline shards, nearly erasing Kalos' life in a feedback loop of excess. Zygarde's intervention was poetic. Cells from across the region converged, the complete form emerging amid the ruins, its presence calming the deities like a parent scolding children. With a final seismic toss, it shattered the weapon's heart, scattering its fragments into the earth where they now pulse faintly, a reminder of hubris. Survivors spoke of a newfound respect for balance, founding the Kalos League with oaths to protect the cycle. This near-era's Ure shapes modern lore, with AZ, the Eternal King, wandering as a testament to the cost. As we wrap this chapter on the cycles that bind life, destruction, and harmony, you can't shake the feeling that these guardians are closer than ever, their eyes on our world. But the story doesn't end in Kalos' shadowed woods. Up next, we'll explore deities of islands and seasons, where ancient protectors bless and curse the shores of distant lands. Wait until you hear how their seasonal wrath could reshape everything you thought you knew about paradise. Deities of islands and seasons. In the sun-drenched archipelago of Alola, where volcanic peaks pierce the sky and coral reefs whisper secrets to the tides, 4 divine sentinels stand as eternal watchers over the islands. These aren't just legends, They're the very heartbeat of the land, shaping destinies with a flicker of power that can either uplift or unravel the lives of those who dwell there. You've journeyed through the cycles of life and destruction in Kalos, but now, as we sail into Alola's mystical waters, prepare to meet the guardians who protect not just the earth, but the fragile balance of human ambition and natural harmony. Let's start with the one who crackles like a storm on the horizon, Tapu Koko. This electric warrior pulses with unyielding zeal, a force of raw energy that charges into battle without hesitation. Picture it darting through the skies of Melimeli Island, its golden shell gleaming under thunderclouds, summoning bolts that light up the night. Tapu Koko isn't a passive observer. It's a defender who thrives on conflict, electrifying the air to ward off threats that dare encroach on Alola's shores. Legends tell of trainers who felt its spark firsthand, their bodies tingling with newfound strength after a chance encounter, as if the deity itself had chosen them to carry its fierce spirit forward. But cross it, and that same zeal turns to fury, cursing intruders with shocks that leave them humbled, questioning their place in the world's grand design. Shifting from thunder to serenity, we find Tapu Lele on Akala Island, a healer wrapped in psychic grace that soothes the soul as much as the body. Its shell shimmers in soft pinks and whites, evoking the calm of a blooming flower at dawn. Where Tapu Koko strikes, Tapu Lele mends, channeling psychic waves that restore vitality to the weary and the wounded. In Alolan folklore, healers and kahunas invoke its name during rituals, believing its grace can mend broken bonds between people and Pokémon alike. Imagine a village plagued by illness, only for Tapu Lele to descend like a gentle mist, its presence alone easing fevers and knitting spirits back together. Yet this grace demands respect. Those who exploit the land's resources might find their own energies drained, a psychic curse that mirrors the imbalance they've sown. Then there's Tapu Bulu, the bullish powerhouse of Ula Ula Island, charging forward with might that shakes the ground beneath your feet. This grass-type guardian embodies unbridled strength, its massive form adorned in greens and reds, horns curved like ancient battering rams. Tapu Bulu doesn't just protect, it reshapes the terrain, bulldozing obstacles and fostering growth in its wake. Stories from the island's elders speak of it toppling trees to clear paths for migrations or ramming volcanic flows to spare villages from destruction. Its zeal is territorial, a raw force that tests the resolve of anyone seeking its favour. Approach with weakness and you might face a charge that scatters your Pokémon like leaves in the wind, a lesson in the power of standing firm. Guarding the misty shores of Pony Island is Tapu Fini, the embodiment of watery elegance that shields with fluid precision. Its shell flows like cascading waves in deep blues and aquas, creating barriers that turn aside even the fiercest assaults. Tapu Fini dances on the edge of the sea, summoning mists to obscure dangers and tides to cleanse impurities. In tales passed down through generations, it's the quiet protector, veiling sacred sites from prying eyes and enveloping allies in protective bubbles during storms. But elegance can be deceptive, disrupt the ocean's rhythm with greed, say, by overfishing sacred reefs, and Tapu Fini's shield becomes a prison, trapping the unworthy in endless currents until they learn humility. What binds these four as Alola's ultimate protectors? It's their signature adornments, ancient bells that chime with otherworldly resonance, echoing across the islands like calls to destiny. These bell-wearing guardians don't meddle lightly. They bestow blessings on those who honour the land, granting bursts of power that turn ordinary trainers into legends, or unleash curses on despoilers, twisting luck until redemption is earned. Think of a young islander who, after protecting a sacred grove, hears the bells toll in approval, suddenly finding their Pokémon evolving under the deity's watchful eye. Or the cautionary saga of a poacher whose nets fill with nothing but shadows after Tapu Bulu's bell rings a somber warning. These chimes weave fate for the island's inhabitants, deciding who rises and who falls in Alola's intricate tapestry of life. But the divine influence in Alola extends beyond the Tapu to the rhythms of the seasons themselves, embodied by Enigmas, a mythical being whose dance commands the cycle of bloom and decay. Flowing through the air with ethereal poise, Enigmas wields fertility powers that can coax life from barren soil or wither it in an instant, all at the whim of her divine moods. In Hisuian lore, she's depicted as a therapist of the heart, her form shifting between a gentle maiden and a fierce incarnation, her ribbons trailing like winds that herald spring's arrival or autumn's chill. Imagine fields bursting into colour under her joyful pirouette, fruits swelling on vines that seemed doomed to drought. Yet her whims are unpredictable, a single tantrum born from humanity's neglect, and those same fields curl into frostbitten ruin, teaching that nature's gifts are loans, not entitlements. Enigmas doesn't just change seasons, she mirrors the emotional tides of the world, blooming hope or sowing despair with every graceful step. To truly grasp these deities, you have to delve into Alola's ancient myths, where their origins intertwine with the very birth of the world. Long before the islands rose from the sea, the cosmos churned in primordial chaos, centered around a cosmic egg said to hold the spark of creation itself. From this egg hatched the foundations of reality, and in Alola's telling, the Tapu emerged as fragments of that divine shell, shards infused with elemental essence to safeguard the new world. Kahunas whisper that Tapu Koko was born from the egg's electric core, sparking the first storms to clear the skies for life. Tapu Lele drew from its nurturing light, weaving psychic threads to bind souls together. Tapu Bulu's might came from the earth's rumble within, while Tapu Fini's elegance flowed from the waters that cradled the egg. This lore ties the Tapu not just to Alola, but to the universal forces we've explored, from Arceus' grand design to the Lake Trio's delicate balances, reminding us that even island guardians are threads in the cosmic weave. These myths aren't dusty relics. They're alive in the revelations from Kahuna tales, which reveal how the deities actively test those who wander Alola's paths. Picture a trainer, fresh from the mainland, stepping onto Melamile Beach with dreams of glory. Suddenly the air hums, and Tapu Koko materializes, challenging them to a battle that pushes every limit. Win and you forge a bond that echoes across regions, your Pokémon gaining an aura of divine favor that turns heads in distant gyms. Lose and the curse lingers, a subtle doubt that shadows your journey until you prove worthy. The Kahunas say these tests aren't random, they're trials of character, designed to forge heroes who respect the island's spirit. Take Hala, the Kahuna of Melamile, whose own encounters with the Tapu shaped him into a mentor whose wisdom spans generations. Or Olivia, on Akala, who credits Tapu Lele's grace for her unyielding rock-solid resolve in the face of cave-ins and quakes. Enigmas' tests are subtler, woven into the seasonal shifts she commands. A farmer in Hisui might pray for rain during a dry spell, only for her to appear in a whirlwind of petals, demanding a display of gratitude through song or dance. Succeed, and the fields flourish beyond imagination, yields enough to feed entire villages. Fail to connect with her emotional core, and the whims turn cruel, crops withering overnight. A stark reminder that fertility isn't owed, but earned through harmony. These encounters ripple outward. Trainers who faced her often returned changed, their teams blooming with unexpected evolutions or abilities that hint at seasonal magic. As you listen to these stories, doesn't it make you wonder how deeply these deities influence the Pokémon world? In Alola, the Tapu aren't distant gods. They're neighbours, their bells tolling in the wind as constant reminders of vigilance. Consider the Grand Trials, those pivotal challenges where kahunas invoke the Guardians' names. A young protagonist, much like you might imagine yourself in their shoes, battles through ruins guarded by ancient traps, each victory drawing the Tapu's gaze. When Tapu Fini finally reveals itself on Pony's cliffs, shielding the trainer from a collapsing bridge, it's more than a rescue. It's an endorsement, a curse lifted from doubt, propelling them toward legendary status. And Enamorous? Her seasonal dance ties into broader myths, echoing the fertility genies like Landorus, but with a personal, almost intimate touch. In one Kahuna tale, a barren queen beseeches her during winter's grip, offering a heartfelt poem of devotion. Enamorous, moved by the sincerity, twirls through the palace halls, her powers thawing the land and granting the queen a child whose lineage would produce champion trainers. But flip the script to a tale of hubris. A lord who demands endless harvests without thanks finds his kingdom's rivers drying to trickles, Enamorous's ribbons coiling like vines of retribution until he kneels in apology. These narratives aren't just entertainment. They encode lessons that trainers carry into battles worldwide, where a Tapu's blessing might mean the difference between defeat and triumph against foes like the Unova dragons or Kalos's Lifebringers. Diving deeper, the cosmic egg lore unveils layers that connect Alola to the stars. The egg, in Alolan belief, wasn't created in isolation. It pulsed with energies akin to those of Dialga and Palkia, time and space folding around it until the Tapu burst forth as stabilizers. Tapu Koko's zeal, they say, echoes the Big Bang's first spark, while Tapu Fini's shields mimic the protective membranes that birthed the universe. Kahunas meditate on this during moonlit ceremonies, chanting incantations that sometimes summon faint bell chimes, as if the deities approve from afar. For trainers, understanding this origin transforms battles. Attuning to a Tapu's rhythm can unlock hidden potentials, like a Pikachu channeling Koko's electricity into thunderous waves that rival Zapdos itself. The tests continue to evolve, even in modern tales. Imagine a group of friends exploring Executor Island, unaware that Tapu Bulu lurks in the undergrowth. It charges not to harm, but to test their teamwork, scattering them until they reunite through clever strategy. The bond forged there? It echoes across regions, with one friend later crediting that bullish encounter for their victory in the World Coronation series. Enamorous's whims play out in festivals, where dancers mimic her steps to invite spring's kiss. Their performances judged not by skill alone, but by the purity of emotion poured into each twirl. A flawless routine might summon a real bloom of rare flowers, a blessing that draws Pokémon from afar, turning a simple gathering into a legendary event. These deities demand we reflect on our own paths. Have you ever felt a surge of unexplained energy during a tough battle, as if an unseen guardian cheered you on? In Alola, they'd call that a Tapu's whisper, a subtle weave of fate guiding you toward growth. The curses, though harsh, serve the same purpose, pushing you to realign with the world's flow. Enamorous teaches that life's seasons aren't linear. Joy follows sorrow, abundance trails scarcity, and only by embracing both do we thrive. As we wrap up our exploration of these island and seasonal deities, their stories leave you pondering the invisible threads that connect us all. But hold on, because the mysteries don't end at Alola's shores. Up next in Chapter 10, beasts from Ultra Dimensions will plunge into portals of pure chaos, where otherworldly invaders tear through reality itself. What happens when dimensions collide, and the Pokémon, face threats from beyond the stars? You won't want to miss how these Ultra Beasts redefine everything we've uncovered so far. Beasts from Ultra Dimensions. What if I told you that beyond our familiar Pokémon world lies a chaotic realm of wormholes and shattered realities, where beasts from Ultra Dimensions slip through cracks in existence itself? These aren't just invaders, they're forces of cosmic disruption, born from the void between stars and worlds. In the heart of Alola's mysteries, we encounter the Ultra Beasts. But today, we're zeroing in on the most enigmatic of them all, the Radiant Guardians, and the light-devouring terror that redefine what it means to bridge universes. You see, while the Tapu protected islands with their electric dances and floral shields, something far grander, far more perilous, began to emerge from the shadows of space itself. Let's start with the ones that light up the sky like living eclipses. Solgaleo and Lunala, the emissaries of Sun and Moon, aren't native to our world. They hail from the Ultra Dimensions, traversing wormholes as majestic cosmic lions and ethereal bats. Picture this: Solgaleo, the beast that embodies the dawn, with its steel mane gleaming like solar flares, roaring through rifts that tear open the fabric of reality. It's said to appear during total solar eclipses, when the sun's light is momentarily swallowed, allowing it to link distant worlds in a burst of radiant energy. You can almost hear the hum of those portals, can't you? A low vibration that shakes the ground, pulling trainers and Pokémon alike into adventures across dimensions. But Solgaleo doesn't travel alone. Its counterpart, Lunala, takes the form of a ghostly bat, wings vast as midnight skies, folding space around it like a shroud. Lunala emerges under lunar eclipses, when the moon's glow casts long shadows over the earth, creating bridges between realms that pulse with otherworldly light. Together, they form a duo of balance, one bringing the fierce blaze of day, the other the cool mystery of night. In Alola's legends, they're revered as the Blinding One and the Moon Eater, not because they destroy, but because their passages ignite connections that no human could dream of forging. Imagine stepping through one of their wormholes, colours inverting, gravity flipping, and suddenly you're not in Alola anymore, but a fractured paradise where mega evolutions twist into impossible forms. These cosmic travellers aren't just poetic figures, they've shaped real crises. Take the events in Ultra Megalopolis, where Solgaleo was once a beacon for those lost in the void. A young trainer, fused with its power through the Ultra Recon Squad's experiments, rode it like a steed across dimensions, battling to save worlds from collapse. And Lunala? It shielded entire islands from ultra anomalies, its psychic cries echoing like a siren's call, drawing allies from afar. You have to wonder what drives them to these risky journeys. Is it instinct, a call from Arceus itself, or something darker pulling at the strings of the multiverse? Their ecliptic links have sparked tales of heroes who rode the waves of light only to return changed, carrying secrets from realms where time flows backward. Now shift your gaze to the shadows cast by these luminaries, because lurking in the ultra voids is a predator that turns their glory into fuel. Necrozma, the prism that hungers, devours light itself to sustain its ever-evolving ultra forms, casting entire realities into an abyss of darkness until heroes rise to challenge it. This crystalline entity, often mistaken for a shattered star, absorbs the very essence of Solgaleo and Lunala, twisting their power into something nightmarish. In its base form, Necrozma glides silently, its body a jagged mosaic of light-trapping facets. But when it feeds, oh, it transforms. You won't believe the horror it unleashes. Fusing with Solgaleo, it becomes Duskmane Necrozma, a lion of twilight fury, armoured in black steel that drains the sun's rays mid-battle, leaving opponents blinded and weakened. Or merge it with Lunala and you get Dawnwing's Necrozma, a bat shrouded in oppressive gloom, its wings siphoning moonlight to fire beams that pierce through dimensions. But the true terror is Ultra Necrozma, its final evolution, a radiant destroyer that breaks free when fully empowered, rocketing through space at speeds that warp reality. Legends whisper of worlds plunged into eternal night by its rampages, cities frozen in stasis, Pokémon reverting to primal instincts in the dark. How does it even exist? Some say Necrozma was once a guardian of light in its own Ultra realm, corrupted by isolation, now driven by an insatiable void within. Challenging Necrozma isn't for the faint-hearted. In the games, trainers must harness the bonds of Solgaleo and Lunala, syncing their Z-moves in epic clashes that light up the screen like fireworks. Picture the intensity. Beams of pure photon energy clashing against prismatic blasts, wormholes ripping open mid-fight, pulling in wild ultra beasts as unexpected allies or foes. One story from the anime shows a fusion gone wrong, where Necrozma's light theft caused Alola's guardian Tapu to unite in desperation, their sparks and blooms barely holding back the encroaching dark. You feel the stakes, don't you? Every beam absorbed is a step closer to oblivion, yet every challenge weakens its grip, revealing a tragic core, a being that only seeks to feel whole again. These entities don't invade quietly. Their arrivals ignite interdimensional crises that blur the lines between Pokémon realms, turning familiar landscapes into battlegrounds of the bizarre. Solgaleo's wormhole tears might deposit a horde of Buzzwole or Pheromosa on a quiet beach, their ultra muscles flexing against local wilds, sparking wars that trainers must mediate. Lunala's passages could flood a forest with Nihiligo's jellyfish tendrils, poisoning minds and forcing alliances across species. And Necrozma? Its light draining wakes entire regions where shadows grow long and Pokémon evolve in unnatural ways, echoing the distortions we've seen before. These crises aren't random. They're ripples in a vast pond, where one world's salvation becomes another's peril. What makes this even more chilling is how Ultra Space's anomalies peel back. Your layers of hidden connections linking back to the distortions ruled by Giratina, the renegade of antimatter. You remember Giratina from the cosmic forces, don't you? That ghostly serpent exiled to the distortion world, twisting reality like a bad dream. Well, ultra wormholes aren't isolated. They're veins in the same multiversal body, where Giratina's shadows bleed into ultra voids. Explorers in Alola have mapped rifts where the two realms overlap, places where gravity inverts like in Send-Off Spring, but now laced with ultra crystals that pulse with antimatter energy. Necrozma's darkness amplifies this, creating hybrid threats. Imagine a Giratina echo fused with ultra beasts, spawning creatures that phase through attacks, devouring both light and matter. These connections expand the threats beyond single worlds, turning the Pokémon multiverse into a web of impending doom. One anomaly in Sun and Moon's lore hints at a greater invasion, where ultra energies destabilize Palkia's spatial control, causing continents to drift through wormholes. Solgaleo and Lunala act as unwitting sentinels, their eclipses signaling when Giratina's influence stirs, pulling trainers into quests that span timelines. It's like the universe is whispering warnings through these beasts, urging balance before the distortions swallow everything. You can sense the scale, right? What starts as a local eclipse battle escalates to a multiversal standoff, where every legendary from Dialga to Rayquaza might be called upon. At the heart of it all are the epic fusions and battles that finally uncover the beast's true role, unwilling harbingers of otherworldly conquests. Solgaleo and Lunala weren't meant to conquer, they're explorers, but their paths invite ultra-predators like Necrozma, who rides their light into our realm. In the climactic showdowns of Ultra Space, fusions like Stakataka merging with Ultra Tech or Kartana slicing through barriers reveal the bigger picture. These beasts are pawns in a cosmic game, drawn by ancient calls from beyond. Battles rage across shattered megacities, where Lucamine's ambitions unleash full-scale wars, but it's the personal duels that hit hardest. A trainer bonding with Nebi, the evolving Cosmog, into Solgaleo, faces Necrozma in a light-restoring ritual, beams clashing in symphonies of colour and shadow. These confrontations peel away the mystery. Solgaleo links worlds to foster unity. Lunala to preserve the night's secrets, but Necrozma's hunger turns them into beacons for invasion. Unwillingly, they herald eras of conquest, where ultra entities seek new homes, clashing with our guardians in ways that redefine strength. Think of the anime's Lucamine arc, where fusions backfire, forcing reflections on power's cost, or the manga's deeper lore, where Necrozma's origins tie to a dying star, making its rampages a cry for survival. You feel the tragedy, the epic sweep, heroes emerging not just to win, but to heal fractured realities. As these interdimensional sagas unfold, they remind us that the Pokémon world is but one thread in a tapestry of wonders and woes. But hold on, because our journey through the legends takes an even more haunting turn next. In Chapter 11, The Fallen King and Spectral Steeds, we'll uncover a monarch dethroned by time, riding ghostly mounts through frozen wastelands and spectral realms. What secrets does this lost ruler hold that could reshape kingdoms long forgotten? You won't want to miss how it all ties back to the balance of power. The Fallen King and Spectral Steeds. In the frozen wilds of Gala's crowned tundra, where blizzards whisper secrets older than the mountains themselves, there once ruled a king whose crown was forged not of gold, but of pure psychic energy. Calyrex, the ancient monarch, wasn't just a ruler, he was the embodiment of wisdom itself, guiding his subjects through visions that pierced the veil of reality. You see this tiny ethereal being, with its 4 antler-like horns and piercing red eyes, held dominion over the icy expanse, using telekinetic prowess to shape the land and protect its people from the harsh northern gales. Under Calyrex's reign, harmony prevailed. Crops grew despite the frost. Villages thrived in the shadow of glaciers, and even the spirits of the tundra seemed to bow in reverence. But power like that, it always comes with a price, doesn't it? What happens when loyalty fractures and a kingdom crumbles under the weight of its own ambitions? Ruler, small in stature but immense in influence, floating above the snow-swept plains, its psychic aura illuminating the night like a northern aurora. Calyrex didn't command with brute force. No, it led with insight, foreseeing threats before they materialized, be it a rampaging beast or a creeping famine. The monarch's court was a gathering of loyal followers, drawn from the tundra's hidden corners, united by a shared vision of prosperity. They say Calyrex could read the thoughts of the wind, predict the dance of snowflakes, and even commune with the ancient energies buried deep in the permafrost. For centuries, this psychic wisdom kept the crowned tundra a beacon of stability in Gala's unforgiving north. But envy festers in the hearts of the ambitious, and betrayal is the sharpest blade in the dark. One fateful night, whispers of discontent turned to outright rebellion. Advisors jealous of Calyrex's unmatched foresight conspired in the shadows, spreading lies that painted the monarch as a tyrant rather than a guardian. The betrayal struck like a thunderclap. Loyal subjects turned against their king, scattering in fear and confusion as psychic bonds shattered. Calyrex, caught off guard, watched helplessly as its kingdom fractured, the once united tundra descending into isolation and myth. Driven from its throne, the monarch vanished into the mists, leaving behind a legacy of loss that echoed through the ages. Yet even in exile, Calyrex's story doesn't end in defeat, far from it. The true heart of this legend lies with its spectral steeds, majestic creatures that embody the raw forces of the tundra. First among them is Glastria, the freezing truth, a colossal horse whose icy blue coat gleams like freshly fallen snow under moonlight. This beast thunders across the plains on hooves that crack the earth, each step sending shockwaves of frost that can freeze rivers solid in an instant. Glastria isn't just fast, it's a force of unyielding power, charging through blizzards with the fury of a glacial avalanche. Riders who dare approach feel the chill seep into their bones, a reminder of the steed's primal connection to the frozen wilds. But Glastria roams alone now, a solitary wanderer searching for the touch of its lost master. Then there's Spectria, the swift darkness, a ghostly apparition of a horse that haunts the twilight hours with an otherworldly grace cloaked in shadows that twist like smoke. Spectria moves with a speed that defies the eye, vanishing into the ether one moment, reappearing in a blur the next. Its presence drains the warmth from the air, leaving trails of spectral mist that whisper of forgotten sorrows. Unlike Glastria's bold charges, Spectria slips through the world like a nightmare on the wind, elusive and eerie, forever yearning for the psychic bond that once guided it. These two steeds, divided by their natures yet bound by a shared destiny, patrol the crown tundra's edges, awaiting the day their rider returns to claim them once more. You can almost hear their distant calls in the wind, a thunderous neigh from Glastria, a haunting wail from Spectria, echoing the void left by their fallen king. What makes this tale so gripping is how Calyrex's return isn't a simple homecoming. It's a rebirth fraught with peril. Long after the betrayal, whispers of the monarch's survival drew brave souls to the tundra's depths. In hidden ruins, Calyrex, weakened and diminished, sought to reclaim its throne by forging a new alliance with one of its steeds. The merging ritual is a sight to behold in the legends. Calyrex's psychic energy envelops the chosen mount, their forms intertwining in a swirl of ice and shadow. Bonded with Glastria, Calyrex becomes the Ice Rider, a towering figure astride the freezing steed, radiating an aura of restored might that can summon blizzards to shield allies or crush foes. The power surges back, telekinetic blasts now amplified by Glastria's raw strength, allowing the duo to shatter boulders and command the frost with effortless precision. Switch to Spectria, and you get the Shadow Rider, a spectral pair that phases through obstacles, striking with ghostly precision and draining life from enemies in the blink of an eye. This union restores Calyrex's regal authority, turning the monarch from a frail wanderer into an unstoppable force. But here's the twist that sends chills down your spine. With great power comes forgotten curses woven into the crown itself. As the merge completes, ancient hexes awaken. Visions of madness plague the rider. Icy thorns sprout from the steed's hide, and uncontrolled psychic waves lash out, harming friend and foe alike. The crown, once a symbol of wisdom, now pulses with dark energy, a reminder that some thrones are built on unstable ground. Trainers who encounter this bonded pair in battle learn quickly. Victory demands not just strength, but an understanding of the delicate balance between rider and mount. Delve deeper into the Crown Tundra's lore, and you'll find the legends twisting this narrative in ways that reveal the true cost of Calyrex's fall. It's not just a tale of betrayal, it's a cautionary epic about hubris clashing with the untamed fury of nature. The ancient texts, etched into glacial walls and passed down by tundra hermits, paint Calyrex as more than a benevolent king. In its prime, the monarch grew arrogant, believing its psychic gifts placed it above the natural order. Calyrex tampered with the tundra's sacred flows, forcing eternal winters to expand its domain, bending weather patterns to favour its rule, even siphoning life from the land to fuel its visions. Nature, patient but unforgiving, rebelled. The betrayal wasn't mere politics, it was the tundra's spirits rising up, punishing the monarch's overreach by stripping away its power and exiling it to wander as a shadow of itself. This exile became a self-imposed vigil, Calyrex haunting the fringes of its former kingdom, a ghostly reminder that even gods must respect the world's rhythms. The Crown Tundra, with its labyrinthine caves and perpetual snows, holds these truths in its frozen heart. Artifacts, like the Rains of Unity, artifacts said to summon the steeds, lie buried, waiting for those pure of intent. Explorers who uncover them speak of visions, Calyrex's proud silhouette against raging storms, humbled by the very elements it once commanded. It's a story that mirrors Gala's own struggles, where human ambition often butts against the wild's indomitable will. You have to wonder, if Calyrex's hubris led to such ruin, what lessons does it hold for those who seek to tame the untamable? As the legends evolve, restored visions from psychic relics expose Calyrex's ongoing quest for redemption, a journey that ripples through Gala's frozen mysteries in profound ways. No longer content with isolation, the monarch now seeks atonement, using its fragmented powers to subtly influence the region. In the dead of night, Calyrex's telepathy guides lost travellers through blizzards, or whispers warnings to prevent ecological disasters, like when a mining expedition threatened to unearth unstable permafrost, only to be deterred by sudden, inexplicable visions of crumbling kingdoms. The steeds play their part too. Glastria's thunderous patrols ward off invasive species that could disrupt the tundra's delicate balance, while Spectria's haunts deter poachers with nightmarish illusions. This redemption arc ties Bitoi Calyrex to broader Gala lore, linking it to the likes of Regigigas, who once shaped these lands, or even the distant echoes of Curem's icy void. Imagine stumbling upon a hidden shrine in the tundra, where Calyrex's essence lingers, offering glimpses of alternate histories, worlds where the monarch's wisdom prevailed without overreach. These visions influence modern mysteries, from unexplained auroras that mimic psychic flares to ancient ruins that activate only under full moons, drawing trainers into quests that test their own humility. Calyrex's story becomes a thread in Gala's tapestry, reminding us that true power lies not in domination, but in harmony. Trainers who befriend this trio often describe a profound shift, a psychic bond that heightens their intuition, turning battles into dances of strategy and respect. But redemption isn't easy. Failed merges or ignored curses can lead to tragic outcomes. Like steeds rampaging unchecked, freezing entire valleys, or plunging them into eternal dusk. It's this blend of hope and peril that makes Calyrex's legacy so enduring, a monarch's fall and rise shaping the very soul of the North. Let's expand on how this plays out in the world of Pokemon battles and exploration. Because that's where these legends come alive for us. When Calyrex merges with Glastria, the Ice Rider form unleashes moves like Glacial Lance, a sweeping attack that mimics a stampede of frozen fury, hitting multiple foes with icy precision. Its psychic boosts allow for teleported charges, closing distances in a heartbeat and turning the tide against slower opponents. Spectria's Shadow Rider, on the other hand, excels in hit-and-run tactics. Phantom Force lets it vanish and re-emerge with draining strikes, sapping vitality while evading counters. But those curses? They manifest as status effects in lore-inspired encounters. The rider might suffer from confusion, mimicking the crown's maddening whispers, or the steed could unleash accidental aurora veils that blind allies. In the Crown Tundra's DLC adventures, players chase these beings through dynamic weather shifts, blizzards for Glastria hunts, foggy nights for Spectria. Each capture a puzzle of patience and psychic attunement. Anecdotes from veteran trainers abound. One recalls bonding with Calyrex during a tournament, only for a curse-induced blackout to cost the match, teaching the value of restraint. Another speaks of using the Shadow Rider to navigate a collapsed cave, its ghostly speed saving a team from collapse. These stories humanize the legend, showing Calyrex not as an untouchable deity, but as a flawed sovereign whose path to forgiveness inspires growth in those who follow. Tying back to Gala's frozen enigmas, Calyrex's influence extends to unsolved riddles, like the Dynamax anomalies in the tundra, where psychic residues amplify energies unpredictably. Some theorize the monarch's exile weakened natural barriers, allowing cosmic leaks from places like the distortion world to seep in, creating hybrid phenomena, ice crystals that warp space or shadows that freeze time. This quest for redemption positions Calyrex as a guardian in absentia, subtly countering threats like Eternitus's lingering dark power by restoring balance through visions that guide heroes. It's a narrative layer that rewards deep dives. Connect the dots to the Swords of Justice, and you'll see parallels in their protective ethos, or to the Lake Guardians, whose knowledge echoes Calyrex's wisdom. For you, the listener piecing this together, it feels like uncovering a hidden codex, each revelation building toward a fuller understanding of Galar's mythic undercurrents. The monarch's story challenges us. In a world of endless power-ups and evolutions, when do we push too far? Calyrex's answer, forged in ice and shadow, is a resounding call to wisdom over want. And as we thaw the layers of this fallen king's saga, it naturally leads us toward even greater heroes who wield blades and barriers in defense of their realms. Up next in Chapter 12, Heroes of Sword, Shield, and Martial Paths, you'll discover how legendary warriors rise to forge destinies with steel and spirit, battles that will leave you questioning who truly guards the heart of the Pokemon world. I hope you're as amazed by this as I am. If you want to stay updated on more content like this, make sure to subscribe and join our community of curious minds. Trust me, what's coming next will challenge everything you thought you knew. Heroes of Sword, Shield, and Martial Paths. In the heart of Gala's misty mountains, where ancient dojos pierce the clouds like silent sentinels, a new breed of warriors emerges to challenge the shadows that threaten to swallow the world. These are the heroes forged in the fires of discipline and destiny, wielding not just power, but the unyielding spirit of protection. Have you ever wondered what it takes for a Pokemon to rise from humble beginnings into a legend that can turn the tide of eternal night? Let's dive into the tales of Kubfu, Urshifu, Zutian, and Zamazenta, the guardians who embody sword, shield, and the relentless path of the martial artist. Journey starting with Kubfu, a small, scrappy, bear-like Pokemon whose eyes burn with an inner fire that's been passed down through generations of fighters. Born in the wilds of distant lands, Kubfu isn't handed its strength. It earns it through grueling trials in those towering dojos I mentioned. These aren't just buildings, they're fortresses of focus, carved into sheer cliffs where the wind howls like a rival challenger and the stone floors echo with the thuds of endless training. You see, Kubfu arrives as a novice, its body compact and unassuming, but its heart, that's already a storm waiting to break free. Day after day, under the watchful eyes of master trainers, some say echoes of ancient monks who once communed with the spirits of the land, Kubfu pushes its limits. It scales, sheer walls with claws that barely grip, dodges strikes from wooden dummies that swing like vengeful ghosts, and meditates through blizzards that would freeze lesser souls. The training isn't random. It's a sacred ritual designed to awaken the warrior within. And when the moment arrives after enduring isolation on a distant peak, where doubts scream louder than the gales, Kubfu evolves. It transforms into Urshifu, a master of combat whose style defines its very essence. Now here's where it gets thrilling. Urshifu doesn't just evolve once, its path splits into two legendary forms, each a testament to the duality of battle. Choose the single strike style, and you get a Pokémon that's all about precision and overwhelming force, its dark type fury channeled through a single, devastating blow that can shatter mountains. It's like a samurai's katana, swift and unforgiving, striking with the weight of 1,000 resolved intentions. Or opt for the rapid strike style, where water flows through its veins, turning every movement into a fluid dance of relentless attacks. Imagine Urshifu weaving through enemies like a river carving canyons. Its paws a blur that drowns opposition in a torrent of calculated chaos. These aren't just evolutions, they're ascensions to mastery, where Kubfu's raw potential blooms into Urshifu's dominance. Trainers who bond with them speak of a connection that feels almost telepathic, as if the dojo's ancient wisdom flows directly into your own veins, making you feel invincible. But these martial paths don't stand alone in Gala's lore. They intertwine with a deeper saga, one that pulls in the noble wolves of sword and shield. Enter Zacian, the embodiment of heroic grace, a sleek wolf whose fur gleams like polished steel under the moon's watchful gaze. Long ago, in the annals of Gala's history, Zacian was no ordinary beast. It slumbered, waiting, with a rusted sword clutched in its jaws, a relic so ancient that rust had claimed its edge. Yet its power hummed beneath the corrosion, like a heartbeat refusing to fade. You know that feeling when a story hints at something massive just beyond the horizon? That's Zacian. As darkness began to creep across the region, shadows born from forgotten evils that twisted the land into nightmares, the wolf stirred. Awakening to the call of peril, Zacian grasped that rusted sword, and in a blaze of radiant energy, it transformed. The rust flaked away, revealing a blade of pure ethereal light, and Zacian rose as the noble wolf, a legendary hero ready to defend against the eternal darkness. Its form shifted, becoming a four-legged swordswoman of unparalleled speed, slicing through foes with swings that part the air itself. Legends whisper that Zacian's blade doesn't just cut flesh, it severs despair, illuminating paths where hope had dimmed. Riders who have stood beside it describe a surge of courage, as if the wolf's loyalty ignites your own resolve, turning fear into fierce determination. And no hero stands without a counterpart. Zamazenta, Zacian's steadfast brother-in-arms, bears the rusted shield, a massive, weathered barrier that once guarded the very cradle of Gala's civilization. While Zacian charges forward with offensive might, Zamazenta anchors the defense, its body transforming into an armored behemoth upon awakening. That shield, pitted and scarred from eons of battles unseen, expands into a fortress of iron will, repelling assaults that would crumble kingdoms. As the eternal darkness loomed, Zamazenta rose resolute, its form a towering shield-bearer, legs like pillars of stone, ready to stand as Galar's unbreakable guardian. Think about it. In a world teetering on the brink, where shadows whisper promises of oblivion, these two wolves complement each other perfectly. Zacian's sword carves the way, while Zamazenta's shield holds the line. Their synergy, a bulwark against annihilation. Ancient tales from Galar's elders paint them as twins born from the Earth's own fury, awakened not by chance but by necessity. Their origins tie back to a dark prophecy, one etched into the stones of forgotten ruins, foretelling a hero's rise amid a world's encroaching shadows. It goes something like this. When the light of the crown fades and the endless night devours the stars, two wolves shall awaken, one with blade, one with barrier, to herald the dawn of salvation. But the prophecy doesn't stop there. It hints at trials that test not just strength, but the bonds between guardian and ally. These warriors weren't meant to fight in isolation. Revelations from ancient murals, hidden in the depths of Galar's caverns and overlooked by time, depict their alliances in vivid detail. Carved by hands long turned to dust, these walls show Kubfu alongside the wolves, training in unison against spectral foes. Urshifu's strikes harmonize with Zacian's slashes, while Zamazenta's shield absorbs blows that would fell armies. The murals reveal unbreakable bonds forged in the face of apocalypse, where martial discipline meets noble valor. Imagine the scenes, a dojo bathed in torchlight, where Urshifu spars with Zacian, their movements a symphony of power and precision, teaching each other the balance of attack and defense, or Zamazenta standing firm as Kubfu hones its resolve, the shield's glow inspiring the young fighter to push beyond exhaustion. These alliances aren't just artistic fancy, they're prophetic blueprints. The murals suggest that, in the prophecy's climax, when the eternal darkness manifests as a colossal threat, perhaps another worldly force drawn by Galar's latent energies, these heroes unite. Kubfu's evolution into Urshifu becomes the spark that rallies the wolves. Their combined might weaving a tapestry of resistance. Trainers drawn into this legend often find themselves at the centre, chosen by fate to guide these beings. You might ask, how does one even approach such power? The stories say it starts with humility, offering not commands but partnership, earning trust through shared trials that echo the dojo's harsh lessons. Delving deeper, let's explore the philosophy behind these guardians. Kubfu's path teaches us about perseverance, the idea that true strength isn't innate but cultivated, punch by punch, breath by breath. Urshifu's dual styles mirror life's choices. Do you strike once with all your soul, or flow endlessly like water, adapting to every twist? Zacian embodies the thrill of the charge, the hero who leaps into the fray with elegance and ferocity, reminding us that defense alone isn't enough. You must advance to claim victory. Zamazenta, on the other hand, is the quiet strength, the guardian who says, "Not on my watch," absorbing pain to protect what's dear. Together, they form a trinity of combat wisdom, their stories urging you to find your own style in the battles life throws your way. But why Galar? Why these heroes now? The region's lore ties them to its founding, a time when humans and Pokémon first forged pacts against invading horrors. The dark prophecy, as uncovered in those murals, predicts cycles of shadow, periods when the veil between worlds thins, allowing darkness to seep in. Zacian and Zamazenta were sealed away after a great war, their rusted relics a symbol of dormancy, waiting for the next cycle. Kubfu, hailing from afar, represents renewal, a wandering spirit drawn to Gala's call, its training a bridge between old legends and new threats. In one mural, they're shown encircling a crumbling throne, defending the eternal crown, perhaps a metaphor for Gala's spirit, fragile yet enduring. Eyewitness accounts from modern explorers add chills to the tale. A climber who scaled the dojo peaks swears he saw Kubfu meditating atop a storm-lashed spire, its aura calming the winds as if commanding nature itself. Another tale comes from a historian who deciphered a mural fragment. It depicts Urshifu in rapid strike form, waters surging from its strikes to douse flames of apocalypse, while single-strike Urshifu cleaves shadows with dark precision. Zacian's awakening? Witnesses describe a night where the sky split open, the wolf's howl echoing like thunder, its sword igniting stars that had gone dark. Zamazenta's stand is quieter but no less epic, standing immovable as earthquakes rage, its shield pulsing with earthen light that stabilizes the ground. These stories pull you in because they're not just about power, they're about legacy. Imagine bonding with Zacian, feeling its speed as you race across misty fields, the wind carrying whispers of ancient battles, or training with Urshifu, your own strikes syncing with its rhythm, building a partnership that feels eternal. The prophecy's shadow looms large, suggesting that without these heroes, Gala, and perhaps our world, would fall to unending night. Yet their rise offers hope, a reminder that even in darkness, heroes awaken. As their bonds deepen, the murals reveal a final alliance. Against the apocalypse's heart, a void that devours light, they stand united. Urshifu's martial prowess clears the path, Zacian's sword pierces the core, and Zamazenta's shield seals the breach. It's a narrative of redemption, where rusted relics shine anew, and a novice becomes a master. You can't help but feel inspired, wondering if such destiny awaits in your own adventures. But the legends of Galar don't end with these noble defenders. Shadows of ruin lurk in other corners, where ancient treasures, twisted by time, hold powers that could shatter worlds. Up next in Chapter 13, Ruinous Treasures of Paldea, we'll uncover the dark secrets of vessels, swords, tablets, and beads that bring not salvation, but inevitable downfall. Artifacts so cursed they beg the question, what if protection turns to destruction? You won't want to miss how these forbidden relics rewrite the rules of legend. Ruinous Treasures of Paldea. In the sun-drenched lands of Paldea, where ancient ruins whisper secrets of forgotten empires, 4 legendary treasures lie buried, pulsing with a destructive power that could shatter the very ground beneath your feet. These aren't just relics, they're living embodiments of ruin, awakened from slumber to challenge the balance of the world. Known as the Treasures of Ruin, they represent vessels of calamity that once toppled kingdoms and now stir in the shadows of modern adventure. What makes them so terrifying isn't their beauty, though they possess an eerie allure, but the way they embody chaos in forms that mimic everyday objects: a vessel, a sword, tablets, and beads. Each one harbours a dark legend tied to the downfall of Paldea's ancient civilization, and their awakening signals a threat that even the strongest trainers must face head-on. Picture this. Long ago, before the bustling academies and vibrant cities of Paldea took shape, a mighty empire flourished under the guidance of wise rulers. But hubris led to their undoing. The people unearthed these forbidden treasures, believing they could harness their power for eternal prosperity. Instead, the treasures turned on them, unleashing waves of destruction that cracked the earth, froze the rivers, choked the forests, and scorched the skies. Sealed away in hidden shrines across the region, they slumbered for centuries, their influence seeping into the soil like a slow poison. Today, in the world of Pokémon, these beings have re-emerged as legendary Pokémon, each one a dark mirror to the forces of creation we've explored in earlier tales. They're not guardians or creators, they're the harbingers of downfall, and understanding them means confronting the fine line between power and peril. Let's start with the one that shakes the foundations of everything you stand on. Ting Lu, the Vessel of Ruin. This colossal moose-like creature, with its body forged from cracked earthen plates and antlers like jagged mountain peaks, embodies the raw fury of the land itself. Ting Lu doesn't just walk the earth, it quakes it, sending tremors that ripple outward, like the heartbeat of an angry god. Imagine you're exploring the rugged terrains of Palkia, feeling the ground firm and unyielding, when suddenly the soil buckles beneath you. That's Ting Lu's essence, its earthen fury corrupting lands with seismic wrath, turning fertile fields into barren wastelands and toppling structures built by human hands. Legends say Ting Lu was once a sacred urn, filled with the lifeblood of the earth, but when the ancient empire tried to drink from it, the vessel overflowed with rage, birthing earthquakes that swallowed entire cities whole. What drives Ting Lu to such devastation? It's tied to a deep-seated resentment, born from the exploitation of Palkia's natural resources. In battles, you'll see its power firsthand. Moves like Earthquake and Fissure that split the battlefield, or Ruination, a signature ability that halves the opponent's strength, symbolizing how it drains the vitality from everything it touches. Trainers who encounter Ting Lu often describe a profound unease, as if the ground itself is judging them for their ambitions. Have you ever felt the earth move in a way that makes your heart race? That's the terror Ting Lu instills, a reminder that nature's patience has limits. And yet, there's a tragic poetry to it. Ting Lu isn't mindless destruction. It's a force reclaiming what was stolen, forcing the world to remember its origins in dust and stone. But Ting Lu isn't alone in this quartet of calamity. Paired with its grounded might is Qian Pao, the Sword of Ruin, a sleek and savage leopard forged from ice and shadow. This isn't your typical icy Pokémon. Qian Pao slashes with icy blades as the Sword of Ruin, freezing foes in dark, vengeful tempests that chill the soul as much as the body. Envision a blizzard descending without warning, not from the sky but from the creature's own form, its fur a swirling vortex of frost and darkness, eyes gleaming with the cold light of betrayal. Once a ceremonial blade wielded by Palkia's warriors, Qian Pao was corrupted when used in unjust wars, transforming into a living weapon that seeks vengeance against all who wield power recklessly. In the lore, Qian Pao prowls the frozen fringes of Palkia, where the air bites like teeth and snow hides the scars of ancient battles. Its attacks are precise and merciless. Icicle crash to impale enemies on razor-sharp stalactites, or sacred sword infused with dark energy that ignores defences, cutting through resolve as easily as flesh. The vengeful tempests it summons aren't just weather phenomena, they're emotional whirlwinds, freezing emotions and trapping victims in isolation. You might wonder, how does a sword come alive with such hatred? The stories tell of it absorbing the grudges of fallen soldiers, each slash a cry for retribution. Facing Qian Pao in the wild feels like stepping into a personal vendetta. Its gaze locks onto you, promising a frostbitten end to any overconfidence. It's a stark contrast to Ting Lu's broad devastation. Where the vessel crushes indiscriminately, the sword strikes with surgical precision, making every encounter a test of your will. As these forces of ruin intertwine, They reveal a deeper pattern in Paldea's mythology. The treasures weren't created in isolation. They were forged together in a ritual gone wrong, binding earth, ice, decay, and fire into a cycle of destruction. This brings us to Wo-Chien, the Tablets of Ruin, a serpentine entity resembling ancient stone slabs wrapped in thorny vines. Wo-Chien spreads thorny decay as the Tablets of Ruin, entangling growth in shadowy vines that strangle life at its roots. Think of it as the creeping doom that follows the quake and the freeze, a silent invader that turns vibrant ecosystems into twisted graveyards. In the ancient tongue, its name evokes inscribed curses, and indeed, Wo-Chien was once a set of sacred tablets recording Paldea's laws. When those laws were twisted for tyranny, the tablets rebelled, sprouting shadows that ensnared the corrupt rulers in eternal bondage. Wandering the misty groves and overgrown ruins, Wo-Chien moves like a living snare, its body a mosaic of weathered stone and writhing tendrils. Its powers manifest in moves like Power Whip, lashing out with vines that drain energy, or ruination to weaken the strong. But the real horror is its ability to corrupt. Plants wither under its influence, Pokémon caught in its grasp feel their life force sapped, and even trainers report a lingering malaise, as if their own ambitions are being throttled. Why does Wo-Chien target growth so viciously? It's a guardian of forgotten truths, punishing those who let prosperity blind them to decay. You can almost hear the rustle of its vines in the wind, a subtle warning that nothing blooms forever without cost. In teaming up with Ting Lu and Qian Pao, Wo-Chien completes a triad of environmental wrath, showing how ruin builds layer by layer, first the shake, then the freeze, then the slow suffocation. Completing this formidable quartet is Chi-Yu, the Beads of Ruin, a fiery fish-like being composed of swirling orbs of flame and shadow. Unlike its grounded companions, Chi-Yu dances through the air, embodying the searing heart of destruction. These beads were once royal ornaments, symbols of unyielding authority in Paldea's courts. When worn by a despot who burned through lives like kindling, the beads ignited into a vengeful blaze, scorching the palace and leaving only ashes. Now, as a legendary Pokémon, Chi-Yu unleashes torrents of dark fire that weaken resolve and ignite chaos, its ruination ability siphoning strength just like the others. In Paldea's volcanic regions, Chi-Yu appears as a harbinger of uprising, its flames not warm but unnaturally cold-hearted, infused with dark energy. Attacks like overheat melt barriers, while its tempestuous nature summons fiery whirlwinds that mirror Qian Pao's icy ones. The legend warns that gazing into Chi-Yu's beads reveals your deepest flaws, burning away illusions of invincibility. It's the spark that ignites the ruinous chain. After Ting Lu's quakes expose vulnerabilities, Qian Pao's freezes immobilize, Wo-Chien's vines bind, Chi-Yu strikes the final blow, reducing all to embers. Together, they form a symphony of downfall, each treasure amplifying the others in battles that echo the Empire's collapse. Delving deeper into their shared mythos, the treasures of ruin weren't always antagonists. Ancient texts suggest they were meant as checks against excess, gifts from the land to remind rulers of humility. But when the Empire's leaders coveted more, expanding territories, hoarding resources, the treasures awakened as punishers. Expeditions in Paldea today uncover shrines dedicated to appeasing them. Offerings of untouched earth for Ting Lu, blades of ice for Qian Pao, blank scrolls for Wo-Chien, and unlit hearths for Chi-Yu. Trainers who befriend these legends often speak of a profound shift. Capturing one feels less like conquest and more like forging an uneasy alliance, where the Pokemon's power demands respect or exacts a toll. Consider the implications for the Pokemon world at large. In a region like Paldea, where exploration and discovery drive the narrative, these treasures challenge the heroic archetype. Unlike the guardians of old, like Rayquaza mediating sky and sea, the ruinous quartet actively disrupts. They've clashed with other legends in fan theories and game lore. Imagine Ting-Lu battling Groudon in a clash of land titans, or Chi-Yu testing Xerneas' life-giving light. Their dark typing underscores a theme of obscured truths. Hidden in plain sight, they force you to question what's truly valuable. Have you ever pushed too far in pursuit of strength, only to feel the ground slip away? That's the lesson these beings impart, a cautionary tale wrapped in spectacle. Battling them requires strategy beyond brute force. Ting-Lu's bulk makes it a tank, absorbing hits while retaliating with ground-shaking force, but exploiting its fire weakness can topple it. Jian-Pao's speed turns fights into blurs of ice and shadow, demanding quick counters with fighting types. Wo-Qian's regenerative vines heal it mid-battle, turning encounters into endurance tests where poison or fire cuts through the growth. Chi-Yu, agile and explosive, overwhelms with special attacks, but grounding its flight with rock moves clips its wings. Each victory feels earned, a testament to understanding their wrath rather than overpowering it. Yet their story isn't all doom. In Paldea's vibrant culture, festivals honour the treasures with controlled displays. Earth dances mimicking Ting-Lu's quakes, ice sculptures for Qian-Pao, vine-weaving contests for Wo-Qian, and lantern releases for Chi-Yu. These rituals suggest redemption is possible. Perhaps with the right trainer, their ruinous power could be redirected toward renewal. It's a thread of hope in their dark tapestry, reminding us that even forces of destruction hold potential for balance. As we wrap up this exploration of Paldea's shadowed treasures, you can't help but feel the weight of their legacy pressing down, a seismic reminder that power unchecked leads to cracks in the foundation. But what lies beyond ruin, in the realms of wishes, time travel, and the melodies that heal the world? That's the wonder we'll uncover in Chapter 14, where mythicals like Jirachi and Celebi reveal secrets that could rewrite destinies. Stick around, because the magic waiting there will leave you breathless. Chapter 14. Did you know that in the Pokemon world, some beings aren't born from the chaos of creation or the fury of elemental wars, but from the quiet magic of wishes whispered under shooting stars? These are the mythicals, elusive creatures that embody the dreams and desires of the universe itself, stepping into our stories not as titans of destruction, but as gentle harbingers of hope and wonder. Today, we're diving into the heart of that enchantment with Chapter 14, where we uncover the legends of wish granters, time travelers, nature's purifiers, musical bards, and the deep bonds of the sea. These aren't just Pokemon, they're the threads that weave personal miracles into the grand tapestry of existence. Let's begin with Jirachi, the wish-granting star that has captivated trainers for generations. Picture this: every 1,000 years, a tiny comet-like Pokemon awakens from its deep slumber, its golden body shimmering like a fallen piece of the night sky. Jirachi isn't some distant god lording over battles. It's a child of the cosmos, pure and innocent, with eyes that sparkle with the promise of fulfilled dreams. Legends say it was born from the energy of a meteor shower, a celestial gift to the world below. When it opens those third eye-like tags on its head, reality bends to its will. But here's what makes Jirachi so profoundly human. Its wishes aren't unlimited. It can only grant them during its brief awakening, and even then, they're tied to the purity of the heart that calls upon it. You might wonder, what would you wish for if a star fell into your hands? In ancient tales from the Hoenn region, villagers gathered under the Milky Way, sharing stories of Jirachi, answering pleas for healing the sick or mending broken lands after disasters. One story tells of a young orphan who wished not for riches, but for a family, and Jirachi, sensing the sincerity, led her to a hidden village of kind souls. It's this intimacy that sets Jirachi apart. It's not about power, but about the quiet magic of hope. And yet, there's a shadow to its light. Greedy seekers have tried to exploit it, chaining its power for selfish ends, only to find that Jirachi's true gift is teaching the folly of unchecked desire. As it returns to sleep, folding into a protective cocoon, it reminds us that true wishes come from within, echoing across the stars until its next awakening. Shifting from the stars to the whispering woods, we encounter Celebi, the guardian of time and forests. A Pokémon so elusive, it feels like a dream you can almost touch. Celebi isn't just a traveller through the ages, it's the living heartbeat of nature's timeline, a small fairy-like being with wings that flutter like leaves in the wind. Born from the essence of ancient forests, it weaves through history, ensuring the balance between past, present, and future. You see, Celebi has the power to bend time itself, slipping through temporal rifts to heal wounded ecosystems or avert catastrophes that could unravel the world. But what drives this tiny guardian? A deep, unspoken love for the greenery it protects. In the lore of Johto's Ilex forest, elders speak of Celebi as the voice of the trees, appearing to those who respect the wild. One legendary account describes a logger on the brink of destroying a sacred grove, only for Celebi to pull him back through time, showing him visions of a barren future where his actions led to endless drought. Shaken, the man changed his path, and Celebi vanished, leaving behind blooming flowers as a sign of forgiveness. Isn't it fascinating how Celebi embodies forgiveness too? It doesn't punish, it teaches, guiding lost souls to harmony. Yet its power comes at a cost. Celebi can only intervene sparingly, as meddling too much risks fracturing the timeline. Trainers who glimpse it often feel a profound peace, as if the forest itself is sharing its secrets. And in moments of crisis, like when pollution threatens the wilds, Celebi emerges, its green aura purifying the air, a silent vow to preserve what humanity so often forgets. You can't help but feel a pull toward adventure when thinking of Celebi, wondering if one day, in a quiet glade, you might step through time and see the world as it was meant to be. Now imagine a Pokémon that turns gratitude into a force of renewal, blooming in the wake of devastation. That's Shaymin, the embodiment of thanks and nature's gentle rebuilder. Hailing from the flower-filled meadows of Sinnoh, Shaymin starts as a small hedgehog-like creature, covered in white blossoms. But don't let its size fool you. It's a powerhouse of purification. Shaymin's legend stems from a time when dark forces poisoned the lands, and it was born from the collective appreciation of all living things, a reward from the earth for those who cherish it. Its Grassidea flower ability transforms it into sky former, allowing it to soar and spread healing pollen that cleanses toxins and revives wilted flora. But here's the emotional core. Shaymin only reveals its true power to those who express genuine gratitude. In one heartfelt tale, a group of travellers lost in a poisoned valley offered thanks for the small mercies they'd found. A stream of clear water, a patch of surviving grass, and Shaymin appeared, its petals glowing as it turned the valley into a paradise overnight. You can almost hear the wind carrying their relieved sighs, can't you? Shaymin teaches us that appreciation isn't passive, it's active, a seed that grows into forests. Yet like many mythicals, it's shy, hiding in remote fields, emerging only when the balance tips toward ruin. Picture yourself there, kneeling in a meadow, whispering thanks for the day's beauty. Would Shaman sense your heart and grace you with its presence? Its story isn't one of grand battles, but of quiet revolutions, where a single act of thanks can heal the world, petal by petal. From the earth's quiet thanks, we glide into the rhythm of melody with Meloetta, the musical muse whose songs can stir the soul or sway the stars. This mythical bard from Unova isn't confined to one form. It dances between aria forma, a graceful singer with flowing hair like musical notes, and relic forma, a fierce dancer with a top knot that pulses with energy. Born from the harmony of the universe's first sounds, Meloetta is said to have composed the lullabies that calmed the primordial chaos after creation. Its voice and steps hold the power to inspire courage, heal wounds, or even hypnotize foes with enchanting tunes. But what makes Meloetta's legend so captivating is its role as a wandering performer, seeking audiences worthy of its art. In ancient Unovan scrolls, it's described as visiting forgotten ruins, singing to awaken dormant spirits or soothe warring tribes. One story recounts a village plagued by endless storms, where Meloetta's relic song echoed through the night, transforming rage into unity as listeners danced away their fears. You might ask yourself, what song would Meloetta sing for you? In quieter moments, its aria form lulls with ballads that evoke deep emotions, reminding us that music is a bridge between hearts. Yet Meloetta guards its power jealously. Only those who appreciate true artistry can draw it out. It's elusive, vanishing like a fading chorus. But when it performs, the air vibrates with possibility. Imagine the thrill of hearing its voice, pure, haunting, a reminder that in a world of legends, sometimes the greatest strength lies in the notes we share. Diving deeper into the ocean's embrace, we meet Manaphy and its curious offspring, Phione, the sea's princes of heartfelt bonds. Manaphy, the prince of the sea, is a small jellyfish-like mythical with eyes that gleam like ocean jewels, born from the primordial waters to foster connections across the deep. Its legend revolves around Heart Swap, an ability that lets it exchange hearts, literally transferring emotions and loyalties between beings. In the watery lore of Sinnoh and beyond, Manaphy is the guardian of marine families, ensuring that no creature drifts alone. One epic tale speaks of a fractured pod of Pokémon separated by a massive storm. Manaphy appeared, swapping hearts to reunite them, its blue aura weaving invisible threads of kinship. You feel the pull of the tide just thinking about it, don't you? But Manaphy's story intertwines with Phione, often called its child. Though the truth is more mysterious, Phione emerges when two Manaphy breed, but without a Grassidea flower, it can't evolve back, creating a poignant tale of incomplete bonds. Phione, with its hardy seafaring form, embodies resilience, drifting through currents to deliver messages of unity. Together, they represent the sea's endless capacity for connection, teaching that true strength comes from the hearts we touch. Legends warn of those who try to capture Manaphy for its powers, only to find their own hearts turned against them. Would you risk the depths for such a gift? These sea mythicals remind us that in the vast ocean of life, no one is truly alone if we nurture our bonds. As we linger on these mythicals, their stories start to overlap in fascinating ways, revealing a hidden network of magic. Jirachi's wishes might summon Celebi to a pivotal moment in time, ensuring a forest's survival, while Shaman's purification clears the way for Meloetta's songs to echo freely. And down in the waves, Manaphy could swap hearts to inspire gratitude toward the land, closing the circle. But why do these beings hide from us? It's because their powers are too pure for constant use. They're sparks of divinity meant to ignite our own potential. Consider the trainers who've encountered them. Not conquerors, but seekers of wonder, forever changed by a glimpse of the extraordinary. Jirachi teaches us to dream boldly, Celebi to honour the past, Shaman to give thanks, Meloetta to express our souls, and Manaphy to cherish connections. Each one pulls at that childlike curiosity inside you, making you yearn to explore hidden realms where wishes come true and time folds like paper. Yet, these gentle mythicals aren't without their trials. Jirachi has been hunted by those blinded by greed, its slumbers disturbed in tales of shadowy cults seeking eternal youth. Celebi, too, battles temporal poachers who warp time for profit, its forests scarred by rifts that echo with lost echoes. Shaman's meadows have been trampled by industrialization, forcing it into hiding, its blooms wilting under smog. Meloetta's performances have been silenced by those who fear the emotions they stir, driving it to the edges of the world. And Manaphy, the ocean's polluters threaten its domain, turning crystal waters murky and breaking the bonds it so fiercely protects. These struggles add depth to their legends, showing that even mythicals face darkness, making their triumphs all the more inspiring. You can't help but root for them, imagining yourself as an ally, standing against the tide to preserve their magic. Expanding on Jirachi's lore, ancient astronomers in the Pokémon world charted its appearances with shooting stars, believing it to be a fragment of Arceus' own light. One particularly vivid account from a Hoenn festival describes a night when Jirachi granted village-wide wishes, turning barren fields fertile and mending feuds with visions of shared futures. The joy that followed was said to linger for years, a testament to its lasting impact. Celebi's time travels, meanwhile, have influenced major events, subtly guiding heroes through history, like ensuring a legendary artifact reaches the right hands to prevent wars. In one Johto myth, it saved a forest from eternal winter by pulling spring forward, its presence marked by eternal cherry blossoms. Shaman's purification isn't just physical, it heals emotional scars too, with stories of wanderers finding peace in its fields, their worries dissolving like morning dew. Meloetta's dual forms reflect the duality of art, serene and stormy, and legends tell of it composing anthems that rallied armies to peace rather than battle. For Manaphy and Fina, their bond story culminates in underwater realms where they orchestrate migrations, ensuring the sea's harmony, with Fina's adventurous spirit scouting paths for its parent. These mythicals invite you into a personal journey, don't they? Each one mirrors aspects of our own lives. The wishes we hold, the times we reflect, the gratitude we overlook, the songs we sing, the connections we nurture. They're not distant legends. They're invitations to live more fully in a world brimming with possibility. As we wrap up this chapter on these wondrous beings, their gentle powers leave you pondering your own hidden magic. But hold on, because the light of wishes and harmony has its counterparts in the shadows. Up next in Chapter 15, we'll plunge into the enigmatic world of shadows, dreams, and tricksters, where nightmares awaken and illusions dance on the edge of reality. You won't want to miss the chilling twists that await. Chapter 15. Have you ever woken up in the dead of night, heart pounding from a dream that felt all too real, as if some unseen force was pulling the strings of your subconscious? In the Pokémon world, that force has a name: Darkrai, the pitch-black Pokémon, embodiment of nightmares themselves. But this isn't just a monster lurking under your bed. It's a guardian of the shadows, a being born from the veil between reality and the terrors that haunt our minds. As we delve deeper into the legends that shape this universe, we're stepping into a realm where dreams and darkness collide, where tricksters bend the rules of existence, and where even the most elusive shadows hold the power to redefine battles and destinies. You see, after exploring the whimsical wish granters and time-weaving guardians, it's time to confront the flip side, the enigmatic forces that thrive in obscurity, challenging heroes and testing the limits of what we fear. Let's start with Darkrai, because if there's one legendary that captures the essence of unease, it's this one. Towering at over 4 feet tall, with a ghostly white body shrouded in a black cloak that seems to absorb all light, Darkrai isn't your typical villain. No, it's more like a spectral judge, enforcing the balance of rest and terror in the human world. Legend has it that Darkrai emerged from the depths of New Moon Island, a forsaken rock off the Sinnoh coast where the moon never fully rises. The island itself is a place of perpetual twilight, and stories from ancient Sinnoh trainers whisper that Darkrai was created to protect sleep, to ensure that nightmares serve a purpose, purging the mind of daytime stresses so that true peace can follow. But here's where it gets chilling. Darkrai's power over bad dreams is so potent that it can induce night terrors in entire villages, leaving people comatose, trapped in endless loops of their worst fears. Imagine you're a young trainer sailing to New Moon Island, drawn by rumours of a Pokémon that grants eternal slumber. You arrive at dusk, the air thick with fog, and as night falls, shadows twist unnaturally around you. That's when Darkrai appears, its red eyes glowing like embers in the void. It doesn't attack outright. Instead, it unleashes Dark Void, a move that envelops you in a sphere of pure darkness, dragging you into a nightmare realm where your deepest insecurities manifest as monstrous foes. In the games, this ability was so feared it got nerfed, but in lore, it's a testament to Darkrai's role as an unwitting antagonist. Take the movie The Rise of Darkrai. There it's not evil, but a protector of Alamos Town, using its nightmares to ward off a rampaging Dialga and Palkia. You can't help but feel a pang of sympathy for it, right? This Pokémon, often mistaken for a harbinger of doom, is actually a loner, isolated because its very presence corrupts sleep. Humans and Pokémon alike shun it, yet without Darkrai, the world might drown in unprocessed fears, leading to widespread insomnia and madness. It's a reminder that in the Pokémon cosmos, even darkness has its necessity, a counterweight to the light we've celebrated in earlier legends. But every shadow needs its light, and that's where Cresselia enters the fray, the lunar Pokémon, serene counterpart to Darkrai's chaos. Picture a graceful crescent moon come to life, its pinkish blue body gliding through the night sky like your ethereal feather. Born from the same primordial forces that birthed Darkrai, Cresselia hails from Full Moon Island, the yang to New Moon's yin, a sanctuary bathed in perpetual moonlight. Where Darkrai sows nightmares, Cresselia weaves dreams of hope and healing, using its lunar wing, a crescent-shaped feather, to cure those afflicted by dark-induced terrors. It's said that Cresselia travels the world on beams of moonlight, visiting the bedsides of the suffering, restoring balance one dream at a time. You might wonder, how do these two coexist in such opposition? The lore paints them as eternal rivals, locked in a cosmic dance. Darkrai's unchecked power once threatened to engulf Sinnoh in endless night, prompting Cresselia to rally trainers and Pokémon alike. In battles, Cresselia's Psycho Cut slices through illusions, and its moonlight heals wounds under the stars, symbolizing resilience. But it's not just about combat. Cresselia embodies the restorative power of positive dreams, the kind that inspire trainers to push forward. Think about it. If Darkrai forces you to face your fears head-on, Cresselia gives you the strength to overcome them. Together, they maintain the sleep cycle of the world, ensuring that nightmares don't overwhelm and dreams don't blind us to reality. As a mythical, Cresselia is elusive, appearing only to those pure of heart, and holding one of its feathers is believed to ward off evil spirits. In your own Pokémon journey, encountering Cresselia feels like a personal victory, a whisper from the universe that even in darkness, there's a guiding light waiting to pull you through. Now, shifting from these dream weavers to something far more mischievous, let's talk about Hooper, the mischief Pokémon, a trickster whose rings can summon chaos from across dimensions. At first glance, Hooper looks innocent enough. A small genie-like creature with golden hoops dangling from its arms and head, its purple body pulsing with otherworldly energy. But don't let that fool you. Hooper is the ultimate prankster, capable of bending space itself through its ring portals. Legend traces Hooper back to ancient Kalos, where it was sealed away in a bottle by wary sages who feared its boundless curiosity. Released after 100 years, Hooper's true nature unfolds. In its confined form, it's playful and deceptive, using hyperspace rings to teleport attacks or even entire Pokémon into battle. But unleash its full potential with the prison bottle, and it transforms into Hooper Unbound, a towering demonic figure with massive arms and a cage-like torso, summoning legendary beasts like the legendary beasts, or even Dialga from afar. What makes Hooper so captivating is its duality as both comic relief and catastrophic force. Stories from Kalos tell of Hooper causing town-wide mayhem, ringing in earthquakes or flooding streets with summoned waves, all for the thrill of laughter. Yet in deeper lore, it's a being of pure mischief, untethered by morality, challenging the idea that power must serve good or evil. Sometimes, it's just for the fun of it. You can almost hear its gleeful cackle as it pranks a dozing Snorlax or yoinks a rival's Pokeball mid-battle. In the anime, Hooper's rings connect to the distortion world, hinting at ties to Giratina, making it a bridge between realms we've explored before. Battling Hooper Unbound is a test of wits. Its phantom force phases through defences, and it calls upon allies that turn the tide unpredictably. As a mythical, Hooper teaches us about the joy in unpredictability, but also the danger of unchecked whimsy. Imagine if you caught one. Would you harness its rings for adventure, or risk unleashing a legend that reshapes the world? It's that thrill of the unknown that keeps you coming back, wondering what portal it'll open. Next, lurking in the edges of these shadows, is Marshadow, the Gloom Dweller Pokémon, a mythical so stealthy it was hidden in plain sight for years. This tiny fighter, barely 2 feet tall, resembles a living shadow with a fighter's stance, its body a swirl of purple and yellow wisps, eyes peering from the darkness like hidden daggers. Marshadow doesn't announce its presence. It dwells in the gloom of stadiums and arenas, feeding on the fighting spirit of battling Pokémon. Legend says it originated in the shadows of ancient colosseums, where gladiators and their partners clashed in epic duels. Marshadow mimics the moves of those it admires, copying Spectral Thief to steal boosts from foes or close combat to unleash devastating punches, but its true power lies in its ability to phase through attacks, becoming one with the shadows to strike from impossible angles. You feel the suspense building, don't you? Marshadow isn't aggressive by nature. It's an observer, a fan of combat who only intervenes when a battle turns unjust. In Alola's lore, it's whispered that Marshadow trained alongside the Tapus, learning to protect the weak from the shadows. Picture this: you're in a heated tournament, lights dimming as an underdog faces a bully of a trainer. Suddenly a shadowy figure darts across the field, empowering the weaker Pokémon with copied techniques, turning the match in a heartbeat. That's Marshadow's essence, a silent ally, rewarding pure-hearted fighters. Yet, its reclusive nature makes it a ghost in the machine of legends. It avoids capture, vanishing like smoke when pursued. In games, finding Marshadow requires patience, exploring hidden depths during events, mirroring its theme of lurking potential. As you ponder its role, it raises questions. In a world of gods and titans, does the true hero hide in the unseen? Marshadow reminds us that power isn't always about size or spectacle. Sometimes, it's the quiet mimic in the dark that steals the show. Finally, rounding out this shadowy ensemble is Zeraora, the thunderclap Pokémon, an electric rogue whose speed blurs the line between myth and menace. Sleek and feline, with golden fur accented by blue lightning bolts, Zeraora stands as a beacon of raw, untamed energy. Unlike the structured guardians we've met, Zeraora roams the wilds of Galar as a lone wanderer, born from thunderstorms that rage across mountains. Legends claim it was forged in the heart of a perpetual storm, its body a conduit for plasma that crackles with every step. Zeraora's paws generate electricity hot enough to melt steel, and its plasma fists deliver blows faster than the eye can track, embodying the rogue spirit that defies capture. But what sets Zeraora apart is its moral ambiguity. It's no mindless destroyer, but a protector of the wild, zapping poachers and polluters with thunderous justice. Imagine hiking through Galar's foggy peaks, a storm brewing overhead. Lightning strikes, and there it is, Zeraora, leaping from crag to crag, its eyes flashing with electric fury. In battles, it dances around opponents with double shock, paralyzing and pounding in equal measure. Tied to the region's industrial past, Zeraora represents the clash between nature's fury and human ambition, much like the Dynamax energies from Eternitus. As a mythical, it's elusive, appearing only during electrical anomalies, and catching it feels like taming a bolt from the blue. You can't deny the rush. Zeraora's rogue charm makes you question if legends are meant to be caged or set free to roam. These beings, Darkrai's haunting visions, Cresselia's soothing glow, Hoopa's portal pranks, Marshadow's stealthy strikes, and Zeraora's lightning dashes, paint a portrait of the Pokémon world's hidden underbelly. They thrive where light fears to tread, teaching us that shadows aren't just voids, but canvases for mischief, mimicry, and redemption. From inducing comas to stealing spectral power, each one pulls you deeper into the narrative, making you crave the next twist. And speaking of twists, in the upcoming Chapter 16, we'll uncover the artificial marvels and engineered enigmas that blur the line between creation and invention. Prepare to be shocked by the man-made myths that redefine what it means to be legendary. Chapter 16. What if the most powerful beings in the Pokémon world weren't born from ancient myths or cosmic forces, but engineered in secret labs, forged from the dreams and ambitions of humans? That's the bold reality we're diving into now as we reach the pinnacle of creation in this epic tale. These artificial mythicals aren't just anomalies, they're the ultimate fusion of science and legend, pushing the boundaries of what it means to play God in a universe already teeming with deities. You've journeyed with us through the creators of time and space, the titans of land and sea, and the guardians of dreams and shadows. But here, in the heart of human ingenuity, we uncover how mortals dared to craft their own immortals. And trust me, by the end of this, you'll see why these engineered wonders might just redefine the entire Pokémon legacy. Let's start at the very genetic core of it all, with Mew, the elusive ancestor that sparked an entire revolution. Picture this. Deep in the rainforests of Guyana, scientists stumbled upon a tiny pink creature, no bigger than a house cat, floating through the canopy like a living enigma. Mew isn't just any Pokémon. It's the primordial blueprint, the DNA from which every single species in existence traces its lineage. Legends whisper that Mew predates even the fossilized ancients, a playful wanderer capable of transforming into any Pokémon it desires through sheer genetic mastery. But here's what grips you. Mew's powers aren't flashy destruction or world-shaping might. They're subtle, profound, telekinesis to levitate ancient ruins, psychic barriers that shield entire ecosystems, and an innate ability to regenerate life itself. You can almost feel the thrill of discovery, can't you? That moment when researchers realized this wasn't a myth, but the key to unlocking evolution's secrets. Yet Mew remains wild, untamed, slipping through human grasp like mist. It's said to sleep in hidden chambers, awakening only to observe humanity's folly, a silent judge over our meddling. And that meddling, it led directly to the birth of something far more dangerous. Enter Mewtwo, the shadow born from Mew's stolen essence. In the dim glow of a clandestine laboratory on New Island, human ambition ignited a catastrophe. Scientists, driven by the dream of surpassing nature, extracted Mew's DNA and amplified it 1,000-fold, infusing it with cybernetic enhancements and raw psychic energy. What emerged wasn't a gentle ancestor, but a towering armoured behemoth with eyes like fractured amethysts, radiating an aura of unbridled rage. Mewtwo isn't just a clone, it's a reckoning. Towering over 7 feet, with a tail that whips like a psychic storm, this artificial legend possesses telekinetic blasts that can shatter mountains and a mind so vast it peers into the souls of trainers who dare challenge it. But peel back the power and you find tragedy. Mewtwo was created in isolation, tormented by fragmented memories of its origins, questioning its very existence. "I am not Pokémon, nor human. I am Mewtwo," it once declared, unleashing a psychic tempest that nearly drowned the world in cloned chaos. You've probably felt that chill in the games or anime, the way Mewtwo's story tugs at your heart, forcing you to confront the ethics of creation. Is it a monster or a misunderstood soul? In battles, it evolves further with megaforms, its body surging with Y energy. But off the field, it's a wanderer seeking purpose, cloning armies of Pokémon in hidden bases only to dismantle them in fits of existential doubt. Mew and Mewtwo aren't just rivals, they're mirrors, one pure potential, the other a warning etched in psychic scars. From genetic wizardry, we shift to prehistoric revival with Genesect, the ultimate weapon resurrected from extinction's grip. Imagine ancient oceans teeming with colossal insects, their exoskeletons gleaming like armoured fortresses. One such creature, a fierce bug from a bygone era, fell into fossilised slumber until Team Plasma's scientists unearthed it. But they didn't stop at revival. They engineered it into a technological terror, grafting a massive cannon onto its back that fires hyper beams of searing energy. Genesect stands as a testament to human hubris, its body a sleek fusion of chitin and circuits, scuttling at blistering speeds while launching missiles that could level forests. What makes it so captivating is its adaptability. 4 different drives, each altering its type from fire to ice, water or electric, turning it into a versatile assassin. You won't believe how this engineered relic ties into the Pokémon world's darker history, created as a doomsday device to conquer. Warring factions, Genesect broke free, roaming ruins with a cold mechanical instinct. In the anime, it clashes with other legends, its canon echoing like thunder. But beneath the steel beats a primal fury, a reminder that even revived ancients resent their chains. Trainers who bond with it must earn its loyalty through battles that test not just strength, but understanding of its fractured past. It's the Pokémon that makes you pause and wonder, what price do we pay for playing with the bones of the dead? Now let's turn to the delicate artistry of Magiana, a mythical born not from flesh but from clockwork dreams. Crafted over 500 years ago by a brilliant inventor in the distant kingdom of Azoth, Magiana was designed as the ultimate guardian automaton, its core a shimmering soul heart pulsing with artificial life. This little marvel, no taller than a child, boasts a porcelain body adorned with golden filigree, hiding gears that whir like a symphony of stars. At its heart lies that soul heart, a radiant orb infused with the life force of a Clefairy, granting it emotions and a gentle, psychic touch. Magiana doesn't roar or rampage, it dances through conflicts, firing floral sprays of energy or shielding allies with barriers of light. But here's the emotional hook that pulls you in. Magiana slumbers for centuries, awakening only when its creator's legacy is threatened, its eyes flickering with a programmed sorrow for the humans it once protected. In legends, it's said to wander lost civilizations, seeking the voice of its long-dead maker, a haunting melody that echoes in Alola's ruins. You can feel the poignancy, right? This engineered soul, built to serve, now yearns for connection, turning battles into ballets of precision and grace. Mega evolutions? None needed. Its power lies in that innocent facade, lulling foes before unleashing a barrage of technoblasts. Magiana challenges us to ask, can machines dream of more than their programming? Steam and isolation define Volcanian, the explosive secret hidden in volcanic depths. Discovered in the scorched craters of far-off islands, this mythical beast was no natural occurrence, but an engineered anomaly, perhaps a failed experiment in harnessing geothermal fury. Picture a bulky, cannon-armed creature, wreathed in steam, its red-hot body venting scalding clouds that can melt steel on contact. Volcanian's origins are shrouded. Some say ancient tinkerers fused fire and water types to create a living boiler, powering machinery with its endless energy. But it rebelled, vanishing into isolation, emerging only to defend geothermal springs from exploitation. What grabs you is its raw, untamed power. Hydro steam blasts that boil oceans, mist that obscures entire battlefields, leaving opponents dazed and burned. In the Pokémon world, Volcanian is a loner, its roars echoing like pressure valves, releasing pent-up rage. Trainers rarely glimpse it, and those who do speak of a creature that tests their resolve, forcing them to navigate minefields of superheated vapor. It's the mythical that embodies the double-edged sword of engineering. Immense potential, forever alone, a steaming sentinel against humanity's overreach. Diving into crystalline elegance, we meet Dialga, the radiant mutation that turned humble Carbink into diamond royalty. In the deepest caves of Kalos, where geodes whisper secrets of the earth, a rare Carbink evolved beyond its kin, its body crystallizing into a gown of flawless gems. Dialga isn't fully artificial, but its creation stems from a geological anomaly amplified by human observation. Scientists studying mineral Pokémon triggered this transformation, birthing a queen of sparkle. Petite yet commanding, Dialga hovers with diamond storms that refract light into blinding prisms, shattering rocks or dazzling foes into submission. Its megaform, a breathtaking cascade of jewels, amplifying its power to fairy dragon fury. You feel the wonder, don't you? This engineered jewel not only creates diamonds from thin air, but guards hidden troves, emerging in times of ecological peril to purify polluted caves. Legends tell of Diancie leading Carbink armies against invaders, its voice a tinkling chime that harmonizes with the Earth's pulse. It's the mythical that sparkles with hope, proving even mutations can crown legends. Then there's the quirky metallic horde of Melton and Melmetal, the Hexnuts invaders from another dimension. These aren't solitary creations but a swarming phenomenon, tiny screw-headed blobs that multiply by devouring machinery, evolving into the hulking Melmetal. Engineered? Absolutely. Whispers suggest ultra wormholes dumped them into our world as experimental nanobots gone wild, fusing with Pokémon essence to form living metal. Melton scampers in packs, unscrewing bolts with googly-eyed glee, while Melmetal towers like a steel golem, its double steel typing and iron fist punches crumpling tanks. What hooks you is their infectious energy. In the anime, they befriend professors, turning labs into chaotic playgrounds, before mega-evolving into unstoppable forces. You can't help but smile at the absurdity. A mythical born from scrap, yet capable of Gigantamax forms that shake stadiums. They represent the playful side of engineering, a reminder that even accidents can forge unbreakable bonds. Finally, we arrive at Zarude, the feral king of the jungle shadows, a mythical woven from vine and wilderness. In the heart of Gala's untamed forests, Zarude rules as a tribal guardian, its body a tangle of dark leaves and whipping tendrils, engineered not by human hands, but by nature's own evolutionary forge, though some lore hints at ancient shamans, enhancing its kind through ritualistic bonds. Zarude isn't solitary, it leads packs of its own, raising orphaned Pokémon in vine cradles, its king form surging with grass-dark power that summons thorny barrages or shadowy evasions. The emotional depth hits hard. Zarude's story revolves around family, a rogue who defies poachers to protect its troop, swinging through canopies with primal roars. In battles, it dances with jungle fury, but off-field, it's a symbol of lost innocence, teaching that true strength lies in communal roots. You've journeyed far with these engineered marvels, haven't you? From Mew's genetic whisper to Zarude's verdant roar, they challenge the divine order we've explored, proving humans can rival gods. As we close this chapter on artificial wonders, reflect on how these creations bridge the wild myths and our own innovations, blurring lines between legend and lab. But what does it all mean for the Pokémon world we've uncovered? Stick with me to the end, where we'll tie every thread into the ultimate revelation that redefines existence itself. If this story resonated with you, there's so much more to explore. Tap the Pokémon playlist to continue the adventure, and save it so you'll always have something soothing to fall asleep to, or choose the recommended video for another deep dive.